gang of misfits and dope addicts are here?
Because on this day.
In 1952, Don Edward Fagenson was born.
Huh? Who's that?
You didn't think Don was his real name.
Well, I didn't know. I thought, why wouldn't it be? Because he has a brother named David Was, so it's Don and David was, not was.
Actually, not his brother. David
No?
was not his real name either.
All
David Weiss was his name. They're not brothers.
Oh, I thought they were brothers because they had the same last name, Was.
They wanted you to think that.
So many lies. So many
They
lies out
convinced
there.
me. Well, they convinced me. I was convinced until you have shattered an illusion this morning already. I try to live in a fantasy world, as you know.
They were, that was their biggest hit. Mostly producers, the Waz's.
1987. That was in 1987 they did that song.
They produced Cosmic Thing, which was the B-52's biggest.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Love Shack and all those were on.
Mm-hmm.
Mostly producers, but...
Well, I'm glad that they decided to perform that.
That was for Katie, because she was out of town this weekend. She wasn't at a dinosaur thing, I don't think.
Where'd Katie
or
go?
was she? Was she at a dinosaur
Was
thing?
not was. No, she was at a wedding thing.
Was she at a...
No, she was at a wedding thing.
A wedding thing.
Where did Katie go?
I think we were having
She went to
TV
fix some
issues.
things.
We're having stream problems. Hi. I'm back.
Hi.
Nice to have you back.
Nice
Were
to be
you
back.
at a wedding thing or a dinosaur thing? This
I was at a
weekend?
dinosaur-themed wedding.
I told
A
you.
dinosaur-themed
Oh, so
wedding.
it's both.
So it was, it's my, they were my Lost Lands crew, part of the Lost Lands crew.
No, it's coming up that you're going to go away for Lost Lands.
Yep, a week from tomorrow I leave.
What does a dinosaur-themed wedding look like? How is
Dinosaur
it?
table toppers, dinosaur aesthetic, dinosaur bow ties for the men.
And the bride and groom dressed in dinosaur costumes, I hope.
No. We actually had plans to have somebody like chase us in the inflatable dinosaur costumes for like our the bridal photos and stuff. But that didn't happen either. So it's
Well,
just
it's kind of disappointing.
dinosaur aesthetic.
I see.
But it was fun. It was good. There's always a disaster in a wedding. So you
Where-
know,
What was the disaster?
Oh, yeah.
the bride lost the real bow ties that she bought.
Oh, jeez.
So
Lost
she's
them?
yeah, they have no idea what happened to him, but she's lucky she's got a very good creative friend who happened to have one of those Cricut machines that you can like make little like vinyl cutouts. Yeah, it's called a Cricut. I know. I didn't know what it was either.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
It's a machine that basically makes vinyl cuts so you can make like a iron-on patch if you want to, or stickers for clothing. It's kind of like the DIY stuff that people sell on Etsy.
It sounds to me like every household should have one of these.
Probably.
Just,
But she's lucky that she had a friend that was willing to buy all new bow ties and redo them as we're getting ready. So
Whew. That was a close call, wasn't it? Mm-hmm. Where now? And this was held where?
Longmont, Colorado.
Oh, that's right. Well, I'm glad. That seems like a long way to go and a lot of stuff to do in just a 3-day weekend.
Yep.
Yep.
I'm so exhausted.
I
My plan is to get out of here and go home and sleep for like the next 10 hours.
For the food, did you have the little dino nuggets, the chicken nuggets that are shaped?
No,
like
she had a barbecue food truck.
Show that you had real food.
Yeah, so we had real food. There were like dinosaur cutouts on the cupcakes though and stuff.
Okay.
Can you make those? Little chicken or those nuggets that are shaped like dinosaurs with the Cricut machine? Can you do that?
I mean, I'm sure you could make something that looks like the dino nuggets, but it won't be a dino nugget or edible by any means.
Oh, well, okay. Well, we're glad you're here and you're safe and sound. Did you drive all of it? Did you drive?
We did the 7-hour drive. Yeah, I know. I don't like it either. Okay, it's safer than flying though.
These days.
Well, I suppose. Well, anyway, was not was.
Yep.
And then, of course, I was busy on the weekend with the Out of the Darkness walk to prevent suicide on Saturday, which was drenched with rain. drenched with rain.
I saw that, but I also saw they raised quite a bit of money.
They did. I mean, as a fundraiser, it went well. But it was weird because it didn't look like there was many people there as in past years, but we were in a much bigger space. I mean, Liberty Park is where it had been held for a number of years, and you get 11,000 people in Liberty Park. It's like there's no room to move. This Veterans Memorial Park in West Jordan, it's enormous. I mean, there's just all kinds of space there. So I don't know. It was pretty busy, and I saw our friend Sue Kelly.
Oh, good.
From whoever she works for now, the
Arrow.
And she was with someone, I guess, who's on the air at the Arrow, or a DJ. His name is Rusty Keys. And
That's not his real name.
Well, that's what I said. He said it's really nice to meet you. I've just heard you on the radio all these years, and I'm kind of a fan of yours. He said to me, and I said, Rusty Keys. Oh, that's a pretty good radio name. And he said, not a radio name. I said, what? He said, it is in fact my real name. So you had to go into radio then? Yeah, kind of.
Real name.
That's what he said.
Court made name.
He's on F and 100.
Yeah. No, he said, honest, I swear. And if you're on FM 100, you can't lie. That's one of the rules of being on that station.
Well, it used to be that way.
Yeah. Well, I think it still is. It's because no matter how many years it has not been so, it's still considered the LDS Church's radio station.
The Lord's station.
Yeah, the Lord's station. So, but he was very nice, and it was nice to see Sue. She's well, I won't go into
Skelly?
it.
You saw Skelly?
Skelly, yeah, Sue Kelly, or Skelly, as Vaughn always called her. Anyway,
Vaughn always used to call her Skelly.
That's right, and his dumb guy voice.
The dumb guy voice of Vaughn Kaufman.
I'll tell you some more stuff about that coming up later on. But,
all right. Well, let's get the sooner that we get this started, the sooner we can get it over with.
That's what I say. So let's do it. 877-602-9696. You know what that is? That's our phone number. It's a number that you can call and check in with the Radio from Hell show. And wouldn't you love to do that? 877-602-9696. Simple. Call, check in. How was your weekend? What did you do? Did you do anything? Katie went to a dinosaur wedding. I went to a big event at a park. Gina watched some football. Carrie, I don't know. Carrie, what did you do?
I don't remember.
Yeah. Well, so if you remember what you did, call and check in with the Radio from Hell show, 877-602-9696.
All right, let's get this going then. Wendy's for breakfast. Okay. Now you're getting ready to go to work. You're like, I got to make some breakfast of some kind. No. Don't worry about it. Just get it on the way, and get it tasty, delicious, affordable at Wendy's. Here is the deal this time around. We're talking about the $1.99 croissant breakfast sandwich. That's already affordable. You've got $2 there, don't you?
Yeah.
Rise and shine breakfast at Wendy's. Get a sausage or bacon, egg, and Swiss croissant for just $1.99. Fresh cracked eggs, buttery, flaky croissant. Your choice of bacon or sausage. And really, at $1.99, the hardest choice that you're going to have to make is the bacon or the sausage. That's the only difficult choice that you will have facing breakfast this morning. So don't worry about it. Just, sleep in a little bit. Just hit the Wendy's drive-thru on your way to work for just $1.99 right now at Wendy's. Get the sausage or bacon, egg, and Swiss croissant for just $1.99 at Wendy's.
kiddies. It's me, your old friend, the bookkeeper. And since this is tax season, I knew you'd be dying to hear another tale from the big ledger. Today's story is about a young working woman who has some rather unusual ideas about filing her taxes. Let's have a listen, shall we?
Come on in, Miss Trixie, isn't it?
Whatever you want it to be, sugar.
I was finalizing your return, and I came across some items which the IRS might have some questions about.
Well, I filled out the forms the best I could. What more do you need to know?
You've listed your occupation here as working girl. Well, we all work. Could you be a little more specific?
Well, I thought it seemed a bit more polite than prostitute.
Yeah.
I suppose you could change it to hookers, streetwalker,
Oh.
hoe, escort, chicken
Yeah.
rancher, whichever's more correct.
Chicken rancher?
Well, I'm pretty good at raising cows.
No! I think that escort might not flag it on it. We'll go with that.
Okay.
Now, you've listed $8,000 in advertising expenses. This seems a bit excessive.
Well, in my business, you can't make any money if you don't get noticed. So I got these.
Yeah.
38 double Ds. What do you think?
They are very nice. You could put those away now. But advertising?
Well, they sure stop traffic.
Well, why don't we list them as capital assets? Then you can depreciate them over time.
Okay.
What about this $25,000 for office improvements? Didn't you say you were a prostitute? What office?
Well, I had to have a new lamp post put in. You know, the old one did a lousy job of showing off my new capital assets.
We'll come back to that. $12,000 in office supplies?
Condoms.
Oh, well, that offers all the questions I have. Do you realize, Miss Trixie, that you could increase the amount of your return if you had your pimp set up a 401k plan for you?
Hey, that's a great idea.
There you have it, creeps. Another great tale from our ledger. Our working girl sure seems to know the tricks of the trade. Remember, keep good records, or you'll end up paying the IRS to screw you.
Accept no substitutions. That's what I say.
Let's see. It is 6:21. Let's get this over with.
All right. We will. And then we'll go to your check-ins at 877-602-9696. Help us along, will you? Okay. Gina?
If you want a better deal, go see Strong Volkswagen. Unlock stronger pricing at strongvw.com.
The moon is 46.1% of full, and it is a waxing moon. It's in the first quarter. We'll have a full moon on September 20th. The moon will rise today at 2:51 p.m. Today being Monday. It's the 13th day? Yeah, 13th day of September in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2021. Yes, it is September, and here is your Led Zeppelin fact of the day. Jimmy Page was born on January 9th, 1944, in Middlesex, England, to James and Patricia Page. He picked up his first guitar when he was 12 years old. It was a 1959 Futurama Grazioso. He said, I don't know where the guitar came from. It was probably just left behind by the people before. Whatever that means. It was left behind by the people before. Nobody seemed to know why the guitar was there, he said. And he's largely self-taught. He took really no guitar lessons at all, just taught himself to play it. And that is our Led Zeppelin fact of the day. This is the Radio from Hell show, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson. I'm Bill Allred. That's Gina Barberi. Hi, Gina.
Hi.
Hi. How you doing? Are you okay?
Awesome.
You seem okay. You seem really good to me. Katie, you do. You seem great.
Really? Okay.
I'm being positive. You seem wonderful.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Check out Bill Lasso over here.
Yeah. It just makes me chuckle. I would just watch the latest episode of Ted Lasso. I love that show. Katie For Short is our producer. She's in the studio in downtown Salt Lake. We're, of course, broadcasting from our homes here for the third week in a row. I think it's, 13 days or something like that we've been back broadcast/live. And helping out today also with the program is Miriam and Cameron Diaz. And you would think with that much help it'd be a better show, but there it is.
All right. I guess nobody wanted to check in.
Nobody says, well, that's just fine.
It's raining. Maybe they're enjoying the rain. Maybe they're staring out the window and happy that there's water coming in.
Kind of scared me. I all of a sudden, I'm in the attic, is where I do the show in the morning, and you're so close to the roof, and it's all of a sudden it was very noisy out there. I thought, what the hell is that? It was but it's stopped now. So we'll give you one more chance. 877-602-9696. That's
Should we
the number.
Offer a tote bag, maybe? We have a tote bag we could give away to.
There's a good idea.
Does it take bribery to get you to call in?
Could. But you got to help the show, because as I was discussing with one of our former interns, Cynthia, on the weekend, this show is not going to last forever.
Why are you talking about that?
Because she wanted to. I didn't bring it up.
She's like, so how much longer are you going to do this?
Yeah, you're going to retire soon, aren't you? Well,
don't you have some fishing to get to?
Yeah, that's right. I am.
Fish aren't going to catch themselves.
I can't tell you the last time I've been fishing.
Well, let me run to a gas station on the Idaho border and buy you a T-shirt that says "Women want me, fish fear me." How about that?
I could just borrow one from John Carter, probably.
Yeah, probably.
We were talking about that, but I think the only time you're ever going to see Gone Fishing is in my obituary. I'm insisting that when I die, they put Gone Fishing, because that's the only time I'll ever go, is when I'm dead.
It's like I always say, I can't afford to retire.
Yeah, and at least until recently, the company wouldn't let us retire. I think they may be changing their minds about that, however.
Yeah, you could retire.
Sure, go ahead, sure.
You know what's cheaper than the Radio from Hell show? Just playing the hits.
That's right.
That's what people want.
That's right. You know what people want on the radio? Yes, Carrie.
Let's go to Mallory.
Hi, Mallory.
That's what people want on the radio.
Mallory.
Madeline.
I'm sorry?
Okay.
Madeline.
Oh, Madeline, hi.
Yeah. Hi, I've called before.
Okay.
I used to be a school bus driver.
Uh-huh. What's up?
Not much. Just wanted to let you guys know that I really appreciate you guys doing the show. I've been a long-time listener since, like, junior high, you know, forever ago on me. I'm super old. And I'm waiting for my surgery date. So,
surgery for what?
My transition.
Oh, congratulations.
Now, is that one? That's got to be one of those things that they're saying, yeah, we're not doing those right now because of COVID. I'm guessing that that's the kind of thing.
They're actually still doing them.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You have a date set?
No, I'm waiting for the insurance to finish because you have to have like 2 therapist notes.
All the
and
paperwork and everything.
Got to accept them. Yeah.
Can I ask you about this? Are you excited or scared or both to do this?
Super excited. I'm definitely not scared because I've been looking forward to this my whole life.
Oh wow!
Well,
congratulations.
Almost 39.
Well, let us.
How long can I ask you? How long is the process from the time you say I'm going to do this? How long does it take from that point to get to where you are right now?
I've been out for 5 years. So I've been on. They require you to be on hormones for at least a year before you can have the surgery, plus the 2 letters and hair removal, and there's a long list. So
and they're kind of. I think they're kind of careful along the way to make sure that this is really what you want.
They don't want you. They don't want you to, second guess.
Yeah. Yeah, just they're very careful to say, okay, now we're going to go to this stage. Is this really what you want to do?
Yeah.
Well, I think you need a tote bag because to go to the hospital, you got to put all your stuff in it to take to the hospital.
You'll have to take your product. I don't know what.
Yeah, product.
Yeah. You'll need product. All right, hang on the line.
I did see you. Yeah, I did see you, Bill, over the weekend.
Oh, did you see out at the Out of the Darkness walk?
Thank you so much for your talk, by the way. Every year you're great.
Well, thank you. I know we didn't talk in person, but I think I know who you are now, and we waved and exchanged kisses blown in the air.
Yep.
All right. Thank you. We'll see you later. Hang on the line, okay? Hang on the line, and we'll get your tote bag.
Thank you, Madeline, and keep us posted. Cody, Deborah, sorry, we're out of time. Shasta texting in, tried to call, got a busy signal. Today is my anniversary. Sean and I have been together for 9 years now, and we are more in love than ever. We never miss a show.
Man.
So shout out. All right. People are saying I'm contradicting myself when I say I can't afford to retire, but I also bought $80 donuts from New York.
You did what?
You did?
That was a long time ago. I'm glad you guys don't remember. Traffic, please.
Crash northbound I-15. This is 1 mile south of Payson at milepost 248. That's it. Things are moving pretty well otherwise. There are a few wet roads out there that might be an issue for you this morning, but that rain is not supposed to continue very long, so shouldn't be an issue for much longer. If you see an issue, though, you can text us 33986.
All right. We'll take a break. We'll be back with Big Boy News, Opinioendo, and from the beaches of Greece, Amy Donaldson with sports coming up. Stand by for all of that. Scott Hale, plumbing, drains, heating, and air.
Yes, Scott Hale. Now, Scott Hale, they're still doing air conditioning, end-of-season air conditioning tune-ups for $39. Or you can get a preseason furnace tune-up for $49, or or get both from Scott Hale for only $59. And I think that's really the way to go, don't you? Scott Hale has stock and experts ready to keep your family comfortable for every season. If you need repairs, $100 off any $400 repair from Scott Hale. And remember, Scott Hale is growing. They need talented people to work for their company. So you can go to scotthale.com for the positions that are available. So call Scott Hale for heating, plumbing, drain and heating and air and all of that. The phone number is 801-264-HALE. That's 264-HALE, or go to scotthale.com.
I think I'm going to have a guy with a gun, come and sit out in my backyard and kill raccoons.
You tried to do it the nice way for how many years have you been trying to do it the nice way?
And you know what we do now is we remember to lock the cat door at night, so the cats can't get in or out, and neither can the raccoons.
Look, I told you what you have to
Last
do.
night, we're in the house. Forgot to lock the cat door. It was 8 o'clock. My wife starts downstairs. There's a raccoon sitting on the basement floor going, "Yeah, what's up? Okay, I guess I'll leave now then." Off he goes. Just makes a mess out of it.
Flipped a little raccoon birdie. And
Yeah, they do. They like flip her off. I've not seen them in that regard. She has a couple of times. But I go down. She goes, "Oh my God!" And there are those little footprints in the water all over the basement floor.
I tell you what you need to do. You need to find someone who has a big dog and rent it.
Yeah.
And tie them up with a long leash out back so they can cover the entire backyard. And I'm telling you, after a week, those raccoons will send out a message through the Raccoon Network. This place is no longer safe, and we can't come here
I'd
anymore.
rent you Sadie Girl, but I don't think
no.
she'd help.
No, you need a real dog.
Can I just come in?
I would go get those raccoons, but it's on the tile. I can't go. There's a tile in the basement.
Just a pain to have to remember to lock the damn cat door at night.
I'm telling you, you borrow a good dog for a week.
Work.
And they'll do it. I can't loan you my friend Van's dog, Chase, who killed my raccoon, because he is an escape artist when it comes to leashes and collars.
So you
He'd get
couldn't
out.
leave him out there.
Yeah, he is an escape artist. There's just no way.
I don't know, though. I guess maybe I could put up with it for a week, but I'm not particularly a dog person. That I'm going to have a dog barking in my backyard.
Well, just borrow it for a week, and the raccoons will be gone. So you just look at it that way.
Or you need to go to the next Mountain Man Rendezvous.
Get a guy with a gun.
And there'll be a guy there.
You want a new coonskin cap? Come to my house. Kill yourself a hat, Daniel.
All right, I get to keep them, though.
Yes, you keep whatever
you bet.
I get to keep the whole thing? You don't want any of the meat, do you?
No. Just kill yourself a hat and take
so
the meat.
let me see if I understand this. I get to camp out in your backyard for a week.
Yeah.
I get to keep the meat and the skin and the hide.
Except I want the tail for my
antenna.
Hell,
that ain't no good. That ain't no good. See, that's the most valuable part.
Okay, you can have the tail.
I need the whole
You can
animal.
have it. You can have it.
So you're telling me I get to keep every coon I kill.
Yeah.
I get to keep.
Yeah.
You got it. I'll be there.
Could I have one tail for for the Prius?
I'm sorry. No. All right, so let's see. It's 6:36. We'll begin with Big Boy News and Opinioendo now, brought to you by
Katurbis Dodge is now Young Dodge Layton. New name, same great service and selection of vehicles. See selection online at Young Chrysler Dodge JeepRam.com. Think Young, think Layton.
Well, I don't know if anybody cares about the VMAs, the Video Music Awards, because, well, there aren't really. That was back when MTV was, that's what they did. They showed videos. And they gave away awards for all of that, but they still have it. And,
well, videos are still made.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're just not.
They show them.
It's just not the same. It's not the same way, though. It's not video after video after video, but they still have the awards. But the important thing is the red carpet. That's what's really important. And Conor McGregor. So he's an MMA fighter. I don't know why he was there, but he was. And Machine Gun Kelly was there with Megan. And I don't know why Machine Gun Kelly was there.
Well, he was he won an award.
He won many, actually.
Yeah, but I don't know why. But anyway, for some reason they got into a little bit of a tiff, a spat.
I think I might know the reason.
I'm gonna
because
guess
they're both pieces of S.
Yeah,
that's why.
Yeah, and it was good publicity.
And that.
Yeah, it was good publicity for them, and so have at it, boys. Have at it. That's all I.
But Machine Gun Kelly and Megan Fox are gross.
Yes.
Pretty gross looking, I thought. Yeah.
No, and then there's a video of them like not kissing, but basically licking each other's faces. They're gross.
Well, it's someone had
and put
sprayed
some
them
clothes
with honey.
on, Megan.
And someone had sprayed them with honey, and that's why they were licking the honey off of each other's faces. They did look an odd pair. She was wearing that thing which was almost not anything, and he was wearing a red, plush suit. Anyway, I don't
I'll
know.
give her this. She has a very nice body. She's very nice body. I don't need to see that much of it.
I think I saw so much of it that I think it's not really that nice. It's too much, is what it is. It's too much. And then there's her face. Duh. But here's a story that has a little bit of emotion to it and honesty. So James Hetfield, he was on the big New York radio show, along with Miley Cyrus and Elton John, beaming in from England on a Zoom call. And apparently, so Metallica, Miley Cyrus covered their song "Nothing Else Matters" with Elton John. It was for a newly released compilation, the Metallica Blacklist, with Metallica seated along Cyrus in Stern's studio. The radio host brought Elton John on, and Elton John said, "I think that this song, Nothing Else Matters, is one of the best songs ever written."
It's very pretty.
And James Hetfield from Metallica, he started to cry. I mean, that's just kind of sweet. That's very nice. Elton John said that to me. Wow.
Because, I mean, Metallica probably not taken seriously in a lot of circles as musicians. And to hear someone like an Elton John saying that, I'd be overcome too, I think.
Yeah. So I thought that was very nice. People, so apparently Ashton Kutcher was on some ESPN College Game Day show, and people in the crowd started chanting when they found out it was Ashton Kutcher there, "Take a shower, take a shower."
It was me. I was the one.
So Gina was the crowd that was there. Good. Okay. Way to represent, Gina.
I'm in the pro shower camp.
And your class all the way. The Republican Party is seething. Oh, they're so mad at Joe Biden
for trying to protect America? That?
Yes.
Like other Republican governors around the country, Tate Reeves, he's the governor of Mississippi. He reacted angrily to the coronavirus vaccine mandates that President Biden imposed on private businesses, declaring the move terrifying. He said, "It's terrifying. This is still America, and we still believe in freedom from tyrants," he said. And all of these Republican governors crying out against this mandate that Biden has imposed, failing to mention that they have vaccine mandates in their states, and have for years for school kids who get mumps and rubella. And you know, I just am stunned. When I was a kid growing up, you know what? I got mumps. I got chicken pox. I got measles. I remember all of those things vividly. They were horrible.
You could have died from them.
I remember being extreme. And I was just a little kid, like 7 or 8 or something. But I remember being horribly sick with the chicken pox and the measles. Not just scratchy and itchy and high fever, having a delirious fever. Mumps, I remember being extremely painful, plus my mother saying you have to stay in bed because your mumps could fall, you know. What? Your mumps can fall. They can, if you don't rest, they can go to your gonads and make you sterile. Mumps can relocate in your gonads and make you sterile.
There was some news show this weekend where I think it was Chris Wallace was talking to a Republican governor about this very thing, and he pointed out, he says you've got in your state, and he started listing all of the vaccine mandates that he had, and his answer was to pause and go, well, we've come to trust those vaccines.
Okay.
Tell me it's not political. Come on.
There was a time they had to be implemented. There was a time scientists came and said, look, we've come up with a vaccine for this. And that we're at that point now.
We really have to implement it because we need to get rid of these things. And kids now seldom get measles or mumps. Or, hey, how about polio? People seldom get polio because of vaccines. Rubella, yeah. The German measles, all of that stuff.
German measles, I remember hearing that.
Dr. Fauci says the kids, we're getting to the point where we've got to get on it. Children must be vaccinated. He says we need to vaccinate kids. I believe that that's going to be, he said, for a number of reasons, but that's going to be one of the keys to getting control of the coronavirus. Utah hospital capacity. Intermountain Healthcare says we're going to start postponing surgeries, including for medical conditions that are urgent but not life-threatening, because, well, we're pretty much overwhelmed with unvaccinated COVID-19 patients. Friday's announcement came shortly before the Utah Health Department reported 2,189 new cases on Friday, and 21 additional deaths. The LDS Church, by the way, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, as they like to be called these days, has urged, California leaders in the church, do not grant religious exemptions for coronavirus vaccinations.
This is a good thing.
Apparently, they were starting, some of the California area bishops and stake presidents and so forth. Well, I could probably grant you because everybody thinks, and Kerry's often said this too, that California is this hotbed of liberals. Well, there is a concentration of really, really conservative Californians.
Yep.
And a lot of them are Mormons. And so the bishops, the stake leaders, well, we could probably grant you a religious exemption for the vaccination. Well, the president of your church, Russell Nelson, said, no, you may not. People need to be vaccinated. Weekend of gun violence has prompted Mayor Mendenhall, Salt Lake City Mayor Aaron Mendenhall, and Police Chief Mike Brown to say, put down your damn guns. I added damn. I don't think either of them said damn. But Mayor Mendenhall and Chief Brown said more is needed to protect communities from gun violence after 3 residents ended up in the hospital after shootings.
What could we do to help prevent more of this from happening? I just can't imagine what we could do.
You know, this is a story from a few days ago. So I don't think it was this week. I think it was last weekend. There was a lot of gun violence. I just noticed the date line on the story, but it's been updated. Chief Brown reported that the general crime rates are going down, but gun violence seems to be going up. Not a good thing.
Well, we've got guns in the sports coming up. Stand by for that.
Yeah, well, I've also got the guns in the sports in the boner candidates.
All right.
Yeah.
Weather, traffic.
So a little bit of rain this morning in some places. That's going to be tapering off, and we'll end up with a mostly sunny day, high of 84. The best news, though, go outside and take a nice deep breath. The smoke seems to have cleared out, which is wonderful.
Nice.
Yeah, it was really a nice day yesterday. I mean, very clear.
We're going to have highs in the low to mid 80s. Looks like the rest of the week. And that's your weather. Traffic has been very light this morning so far. Only one crash to tell you about. It's eastbound SR 201 at I-215 West in Salt Lake. The right shoulder is being affected there. And if you see something, you can text us. Only if it's safe for you to do that, though. 33986.
All right. Sports brought to you by.
Brought to you by the Honda Summer Sales Event. Brings great deals to your Utah Honda dealers. See all of the specials at utahhondadealers.com.
Amy Donaldson Sports. Break.
Oh, now, Amy Donaldson is on the line to do sports, and I don't believe she's in this country.
No.
Amy, are
I'm
you
not.
there? Where are you?
I'm here. I'm in, let's see, Paros, Greece. Paros, in a little town called Aliki.
Okay. Where is that an island, or are you on the main land?
It is. I'm very close to Tom Hanks and Rita Wilson right now. They're in an island away from me.
Well, is it
Since everyone
lovely?
knows where they live, right?
Yeah, sure.
It is. It's very lovely, and we're here with the City Weekly tour that John Saltis organizes.
Oh.
And it's been really fun. And spent 7 hours on a boat swimming yesterday, and I may never come back. I don't know. It's been fun.
Well, if you're down there with Saltis, that means I know that you watched the BYU Utah game.
We did. It was interesting. I don't know, 3 or 4 people trying to figure out how to use their Xfinity accounts here in Greece. And somebody finally figured out how to get it on their iPad. So there were like 5 or 6 of us huddled around one iPad, and a couple people had phones. But we watched the game. As you all know, BYU ended Utah's streak. There was no 10th win for Utah. BYU won 26-17. It was an interesting game for a lot of reasons. I thought that looking up the stats on the game, they were pretty even. The passing yards were pretty even. The rushing yards were almost identical, 149 for BYU, 147 for Utah. The big difference was turnovers. Utah had a fumble. They had an interception. And I didn't necessarily think BYU capitalized on it, but they just played, and they also played better, I think, at the line of scrimmage. I think that was kind of the surprising thing for everybody watching. And ton of fun to watch a guy like Kalani Sitake celebrate that win. If you haven't seen the videos of him celebrating, definitely look on Twitter or Instagram. He is the most joyful, kind-hearted person, and I'm super happy for him.
He rips off his
a lot
shirt
of
and
sad
jumps on a
people.
table. And
No, he does
No?
not actually, but he did
Oh.
do some. He did do some, little dancing and singing and hollering, whooping, and So it was fun for him to see him celebrating that. It's been a big week for BYU because they also got invited to the Big 12.
yeah. Just one other thing about the coach, Kalani Sitake. He's such a genuinely nice guy, and I thought it was really, he pays tribute to Kyle Whittingham, the Utah coach, saying, I would never have been here without him. He mentored me because I guess he was a sideline coach at Utah for a long time. He said,
He was a defensive coordinator.
Yeah, he said, Kyle Whittingham, he made me, he mentored me and got me here where I could be a head coach, and I just love the guy. So I think that's very nice.
Yeah. And I don't know if you guys remember, but he actually followed Gary Anderson. Remember when Gary went to Wisconsin and then Oregon State and then came back and got the job at BYU? And he took Isaiah Tuyaki, who had also coached at Utah, and followed him around. But so really great coaches. Ed Lamb from SUU is at BYU now. So, and just before the rivalry game, Kalani Sitake said he cheers for Utah whenever they're not playing BYU, because how can you cheer against such good people? He is a quality human being, as quality as I have ever met in this business. So I think you can't cheer against that guy, but I was happy for them and happy for Tom Holmoe, who also, not only did he enjoy the first win, I think it's 12 years, because remember they haven't played the rivalry game every year. 2009 was the last time, but they got invited to the Big 12, which everybody has been pining for since Utah got invited to the Pac-12. When Oklahoma and Texas decided they'd leave and go to the SEC, which I guess doesn't happen for a few years. They're going to do it by July 1st, 2025. So the Big 12 extended offers to 4 schools. BYU was one of them. BYU is looking to be in the Big 12 in the 23-24 season. I believe 24 is actually the next time you'll see a rivalry game as well. So it's a crazy reorganization of college football. You're going to see fallout from this in women's sports and in basketball for a few years to come. So it'll be interesting to see how everything shakes out.
Right.
Another sad loss.
I was worried about Ed.
Yeah. So he didn't have any Ohio State fans to watch the game with, so he watched it watched the score update.
Yeah.
I just see him on Twitter going,
I think we just lost.
I think we lost her. Yep, we lost her.
Oh, no.
So Ohio State lost?
To Oregon.
To Oregon.
Yeah, which Oregon, I mean, they're a ranked team.
They're usually pretty good.
Yeah, but you're not supposed to beat Ohio. That's not supposed to happen.
Yeah. And I watched a little bit of most of the Kansas City Chiefs game. That was pretty exciting.
The Browns?
Yeah, the Browns looked good, but the Chiefs were better. And really, that Mahomes guy is just something else.
He's fun to watch.
Good Lord. And he does these weird things, like throws the ball sideways and the ball will make a big
Yeah.
It's weird.
We got her back.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Amy.
Yes.
Okay, it was EKB. He unplugged my phone. Sorry.
Unplug the phone.
Well, let's talk about
he thinks if we don't report it, it won't be real. But Ohio State lost to Oregon.
All right.
Yeah, 35-28. First time in 23 games for the new coach Ryan Day. So, and it was at Ohio State. It was in the Horseshoe.
Ooh.
So it was even more painful. And the drum major fell on his face running out onto the field. And
all right.
It was just a bad day all around.
All right. Before Ed breaks your phone, because I know he broke his phone when the game was over. Let's talk about the soccer incident.
Oh, yeah. So I saw early this morning in here, which would be like midnight where you guys are, a letter from U.S. Youth Soccer basically letting people know that there had been an incident at a game in Utah, an unfortunate incident that traumatized children and parents and coaches. I found out because there's a woman who does a lot of gun rights and works against some of the legislation that the NRA proposes. I follow her on Twitter, and she said it was actually an incident where 2 men got into an argument, and one pulled a rifle out, a semi-automatic rifle out, and either threatened. There were people reporting that there was one gunshot. No one was shot, but you saw parents saying, I was there, or a coach saying, I was there, and one of them is a guy who works at ESPN 700, a guy named Jeremy. He tweeted that he was there watching a different game on an adjacent field when this happened, and he'd never seen anything this terrifying. He ended up with players piled in his car, no police for 30 minutes. It was in Salt Lake City. But a lot of reports from parents and people who were there saying kids and parents were trying to jump over walls. They were lifting kids over fences. So apparently it was scary enough that it was enough of a threat that people scattered. And it was a pretty. The fact that they didn't actually say what happened and said it was an unfortunate incident that terrorized people, I thought was a bit of a problem when you're trying, because you can't talk about it and say exactly what's happening, then you can't solve the problem.
Mm-hmm.
You know what's even more terrifying about this whole thing is there is some question as to whether any gun was ever produced at all. But it was the argument, and a guy threatened to go get a gun out of his car. That was enough to cause this kind of panic. Now, the police still haven't said one way or the other whether there was really a gun or really a shot fired. But what?
But even if not, it's a soccer game.
That's all.
There is nothing that was happening there that would require this sort of reaction. There's absolutely nothing that could be going on there that would justify this.
Listen, they forgot to bring the juice boxes.
Listen, I remember doing a sports series of stories ages ago, probably 20 years ago, and there were fights. I remember when EKB was coaching recreation soccer for probably about 10 or 12 years he coached. There were all kinds of issues that happened, and the last thing you want is somebody to have a weapon, because it's just a go-to thing. So I have seen people saying they didn't see it, but somebody who was close by said it was a custody thing, two people fighting over this kid, and that one person did have a gun, but there was not a shot fired. But I don't know. I think it'll get sorted out eventually. I don't know what the police report will be, but the bottom line is the way the league is handling it is grossly understating what happened and how terrifying it was for those kids.
And reporting in the hotel room adjacent to you, Edward K. Brass texting in, for McAllen, Texas listener Raul Montemayor, Max Verstappen crashed into Sir Lewis Hamilton at the Italian Grand Prix at Monza, Italy, where the Chevrolet Monza was invented, knocking them both out of the race. Hamilton trails Verstappen by 3 points with 8 races to go. Verstappen will be penalized by starting the next race 3 rows back.
It was a spectacular-looking crash. Fortunately, they weren't serious. Nobody was seriously injured. Amy, we got to go.
Thank you.
Continue to enjoy your vacation, and we'll see you when you get back.
I will eat something for all of you.
Please.
Have fish, fresh fish from the ocean.
Traffic, please, Gina.
Crash eastbound SR 201 at 215 West in Salt Lake. It's off to the right shoulder. And let's see. Then we have to go to Park City to find another accident. Crash SR 248. This is 1 mile south of Deer Valley Drive in Summit County. That means, as far as the Wasatch Front is concerned, things are moving well. If you see something not moving well, you can text it to us, and I'll pass it along, 33986.
All right. We'll take a break. We'll be back. We got Big Boy News, Opinioendo, round one of your boners coming up. Stand by for all of that. Big O Tires.
Yeah, Big O Tires, your one-stop shop for all your car needs. Oil changes, alignments, batteries, brakes, all of that kind of stuff. Locally owned and operated. Big O Tires. Hurry in right now because you can get up to $150 in savings on Nitto, Toyo, Continental, Pirelli, Cooper tires through October 10th. And also make sure you develop a relationship with your local Big O Tire people.
The deal, actually, Bill, if I may,
yes,
is that you can get $190 off a set of Michelin tires now through September 20th.
Yes. Oh, okay.
That deal you're saying starts on the 20th. That's the next deal.
Oh, okay.
They got lots of deals. It's hard to keep track of all the deals. So many deals you have at Big O Tires.
Just go to bigotires.com. They are the team you trust.
Today's word is barium. Spell it with me now, B-A-R-I-U-M, barium. Now we'll use it in some dialogue starring as those two faithful Utah men, LeVar and LeGrand. Join us as a conversation takes place in LeVar's trailer as our two friends eat lunch together. The word again is barium.
Hey, what's that funny smell in the trailer here, LeVar? I just about can't stand it.
What?
I mean, your trailer usually smells pretty bad, but this is about the worst. Pass me the tartar sauce and lemon wedges, please.
Here you go. Well, LeGrand, the smell you smell could be emanating from any one of a number of sources. Could be coming from that garbage pail I keep over there by the fridge.
Ew.
Or from that pile of garbage I keep under the trailer. Or, you know, it could be wafting in from that landfill right next door. Then what you could be smelling is my feet, 'cause I ain't changed these socks for about a fortnight. That's 2 weeks, you know. I've been reading the Reader's Digest condensed Shakespeare.
No, it don't smell like none of those things. It smells kind of like a old lily pond or like a fish market or something. It's a wet kind of dead smell.
Wet and dead? Oh, it must be my goldfish. They both passed away a few days ago. See? They're just floating in the jar over there.
Oh, no. When did the poor little things die?
Well, it's been a while. When I saw them floating in the jar there, I thought they was sleeping. I kept giving them food, and they wasn't eating it, so I figured out that they was dead. Poor little Jaws and poor little Flipper. Ain't never gonna swim again.
Oh, no.
Ain't never gonna respond to my call. Ain't never gonna snuggle up to my finger when I reach in to pet him. Ain't never gonna bring me my slippers again. Guess I'll just flush them down the crapper.
No! No, you can't do that!
Well,
them fish brought you your slippers?
Well, they hadn't mastered it yet, but I was training them. And why can't I drop them in the bowl and pull the lever?
Because it would destroy their immortal souls. Going down the sewer is like being cast into outer darkness. They need to receive a proper funeral so they can be reunited forever in heaven. They was married, wasn't they?
Well, I guess. So now what you're saying is I need to dig a hole and bury them?
Yep. Have a ceremony and bury them.
Well, I tell you, LeGrand, I love these little fishy friends of mine. But I think you're out of your nut. Besides, it's too much trouble to dig a hole and bury them. This watery grave is like being buried at sea. Goodbye, little fishies.
You're a cold man, LeVar. Hey, you gonna eat the rest of your fish sticks?
All right. Let's see. We got Boners Round 1 coming up. Big Boy News all in the way, 7:06.
You know, I was at that event on Saturday, and a lot of people who've listened to the show for a long time were there at the Out of the Darkness Walk to Prevent Suicide. And I had so many people, so that was September 11th, and I had so many people come up to me and say, I found out about 9/11 and what was going on in New York and at the Pentagon, and I found out about it from you guys, from the Radio from Hell show that morning. And it's so weird and sad to think about all of that. And then we got an email, I'm sure you guys saw it, from Atropos, our old friend, who reminded us of a letter that we had gotten about the events of 9/11. And it was a letter about a guy and his daughter, and the fact that her birthday was on the 10th or the 11th of September. And at any rate, she would be 26 years old today, but Atropos attached a copy of that letter, and I read it, and it was as touching as ever. But I remember we used to read it on the air, and then the guy who wrote it contacted me and said, would you just not, please don't do it anymore. Don't read it anymore. I think I was fine with it, but don't do it. So I'm not going to go back over it, but it did bring back those memories very, very vividly.
I got an email about it over the weekend, too. This says, "Hi, Gina. I wanted to share with you my 9/11 experience. I was a 21-year-old brand new stylist at Malmstrom Salon, which was next door to Simmons Media when it was in Trolley Corners.
Yeah.
That morning, as I drove the 20 minutes to work, I turned on Radio from Hell. At that time, your show was doing parodies and skits, so when I heard you talking about planes hitting the World Trade Center, I thought it was a skit of some sort. I was upset, thinking it was like a War of the Worlds thing and you were starting a panic. However, as I drove to work, I realized it was real. Since I was a new stylist, I didn't have any clients that day, so I walked over to the cafe that was attached to the stations. I walked in, sat down to watch everything unfold on the TVs mounted on the walls. I can't remember if both towers had fallen. I don't remember being overly upset. I was barely 21 without a fully developed frontal cortex, and I didn't realize the enormity of the day. However, as I sat down at a table in that cafe, I randomly locked eyes with you for a small moment. You'd been crying. There was such grief etched in your face. You weren't in New York. It wasn't affecting you directly at that moment. However, you showed how empathy and grief could be shown for people who we don't know personally. It was fleeting, and to this day, it's one of the most vivid memories of that day. I'm now 20 years older, and I have a fully developed brain and a family of my own, and my heart aches every September 11th. I will always remember the look in your eyes on that horrifying day. Thank you for being part of that day with me, and thanks for letting me listen since 1997. My best always, Keisha. P.S. Tell Mike Lund how good his hair looks next time you see him. She must be his stylist."
Jeez.
Okay.
But yeah, that's not the only message. I got some Twitter messages and some other things over the weekend. Lots of people
grew up.
That was their experience. Was hearing it from us on that day.
They kind of grew up with us, and I remember they were talking about. And then the next day, I think it was, Gina was down at the Red Cross, donating blood and talking about how that would be helpful.
And I passed out. That was fun.
I don't remember that.
Eat the cookie before you go. I mean, they give you the cookie after, but have one before.
I don't remember that you passed.
There's a tip.
It just figures, doesn't it?
Because I was trying to broadcast from this. So, usually when you go donate blood, that's all you're doing. But trying to do call-ins from there, and it was too much, I think.
You were not able to lie quietly.
I should have had the cookie before. Two Lorna Doones. You get one before and 1 after.
Are you telling the Red Cross how to do their job?
No, I'm saying you as a person before you go.
I see.
Yeah, eat something before you go.
I brought my own.
My own Lorna Doones.
Yeah, well, it's just it was a stunningly bizarre day, and you know, I don't know. Is it like anything else? Do people? You know,
we don't think of Pearl Harbor that.
Yeah, that's what I
way,
had in my mind exactly, Gina.
It's so long ago. The people that actually remember it, like where were you when this happened? There are kids who, 20 years ago. So there are grown people who didn't, experience it.
I mean, I was in first grade when it happened. I remember my teacher crying, and I didn't really understand. And my mom checked me out, and she took me home and explained everything to me because I had no idea what was going on. It was on like our tiny little like Channel 1 TV that we would watch in school. But none of us kids really understood. But half of us got checked out from school from our parents.
Yeah.
Well, I wasn't born when Pearl Harbor occurred. But we were taught about how horrible it was in school, and over the years there have been movies made about it, and there have certainly been movies made about 9/11, and I think it behooves us to remind our kids and that weren't alive when it happened or were very young, just to kind of talk to them about it and remind them of.
You see, that would require teaching them empathy, and
we're not allowed to do that.
We're not allowed to do that anymore. So,
although to be fair, what Carrie's talking about, that did not go into effect, but people were trying to get that to go into effect in Utah schools.
Exactly.
Natalie Klein.
Okay. Traffic, please, Gina.
Let's see what we have here. I'll refresh because it's been a very light commute morning so far and continues to be. I'm seeing green on the UDOT cameras, which means as far as they're concerned, everything's flowing along nicely. If you see something that's not flowing along nicely, you can text it to us, 33986, and we'll pass along the updated information to friends of the program. At Big O Tires Tire Swap, bring in any 4 rubber tires for trade. Get up to $25 off each new tire, up to $100 in savings. The Big O Tire Swap going on now through September 26th.
All right, here we go. Boners round 1 coming up, and the candidates you will be considering. Number 1, Sheeple. Number 2, not part of the Waco siege, but just, say he was anyway. And boner candidate number 3, gun, no gun. This is not the way to do things among adults.
All right. Round 1 of your boners, big boy news, opinioendo, all coming up after these. X96.
Sentence number 1 in Spanish, please.
¿Qué dijo el pavo de Acción de Gracias después de la cena? Estoy lleno.
Wow.
¿Qué dijo el pavo de Acción de Gracias después de la cena? Estoy lleno.
Estoy lleno. Ajá.
Estoy lleno.
Estoy lleno.
Estoy lleno.
¿Qué dijo el pavo de Acción de Gracias después? Después. Gracias después de la cena estoy lleno. Wow.
Estoy lleno.
Wow. All right.
Okay, that's good, Gina.
All right.
And in English, Mario?
I was talking to someone, and then they said, how come Gina always says just the last words? She never said the whole sentence. Estoy lleno.
How do you say because she's very lazy?
Porque es muy floja.
Muy floja. Muy floja. Go ahead in English, Mario.
Okay. What did the Thanksgiving turkey say after dinner?
I don't know what.
I'm stuffed.
Estoy lleno.
Stop.
Estoy lleno.
All right, and sentence number 2 in Spanish, please.
Algo de porra para Brigham Young. Otros para la Universidad de Utah. Yo le voy a las porristas.
Algo de porra para Brigham Young. Otros para la Universidad de Utah. Utah, yo le voy a las porristas.
Sí.
Algo de porra para Brigham Young, otros para la Universidad de Utah. Yo le voy a las porristas. ¡A las porristas!
And that is in English, Mario?
Some cheer for Brigham Young, others for the University of Utah. I cheer for the cheerleaders.
The only way to go.
But not when my wife is around.
No.
Yep.
No. Mario, are you going to have a big traditional Thanksgiving dinner?
Yes, sir.
What will you have?
We're going to have turkey. I'm sorry, pavo.
Pavo.
Acción de gracias.
What else will you have?
You know, usually we met at El Farol.
Oh, do you?
We met at El Farol, so we all bring a dish.
Yeah.
So
and have
pavo is going to be there for reals.
So you'll have the turkey at the restaurant and
then some other dishes, salads and all
what will your wife bring? Or do you cook?
I don't cook.
Yeah, your wife will cook?
My wife will cook.
And she will bring
let me call her.
No, it's all right. Thanks, Mario.
I don't know what she'll bring.
I'm sure she appreciates the fact that you know what she's bringing. Okay, 7:20 right now, and it is time for round 1 of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. I say possibly because this is just round 1. Round 2 comes up at 8:20. 3 more candidates. We get another winner there. Then we take both winners, put them against each other. You'll decide Boner of the Day at 9:20 this morning. That's when Boner Fight happens. All right, so let's send one of these 3 from this round 1 forward to Boner Fight. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote, and one of you lucky random Boner voters will receive.
X96 presents Dropkick Murphys and Rancid Saturday, October 2nd at the U of U Health Plaza at Rio Tinto Stadium. Call now for your chance to win a pair of tickets. Visit x96.com for more information to this concert.
Boner candidate number 1, Sheeple. Now, I don't know how much of this we'll see at x96.com/live, but, you know, there are lots of categories of art, And some art makes people go, what? Huh? And there's a category of art called performative art. There is a video that may be the pinnacle of what when it comes to performative art, and it will take you on a journey you may find unsettling. It begins with humans dressed as sheep in a fenced-in area. Slightly funny, but not terrible beginning.
Yeah.
But then they start to move around. The sheep will maintain blank faces as they move in a herd and bleat like sheep. It's sort of upsetting, and you want to look away, but you can't. There's even a little storyline with a shepherd and a wolf, and it makes it even weirder. There is they have offered no explanation for their performance. It is just creepy. It's a performance troupe from Canada called the Corpus Dance Project, and they will give you nightmares.
Usually this sort of thing has a point. Usually.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing the point.
It's just creepy.
Yeah.
Sheeple.
Okay. Yeah.
Boner candidate number 1. Here's boner candidate number 2. Well, he was not part of the Waco siege at all, but let's just say he was, So this is the guy, President Biden's nominee to be head of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. His name is Chipman, David Chipman. And he's been a long-time gun control kind of advocate, a person who, wants to find solutions to gun violence. And Biden thought, well, let's have him be a head of alcohol, tobacco, and firearms.
Yeah, we haven't had an actual head of alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. They've all been acting for, 6 years now?
Yeah. He's spent 20 years. He's been with the agency itself for 20 years. He's a policy advisor. He advised 2 national gun control groups, Mayors Aligned Against Illegal Guns, and he also worked with Gabby Giffords. She was the congresswoman who was shot. He did a lot of work with her. Well, Biden announced this guy, Chipman, as his pick to head ATF, and now has withdrawn the nomination because gun people didn't like him. And they started saying, and you know what? He was with the ATF when that siege at Waco happened. He was there. There's a picture of him standing in front of the burning Waco, and all those children were killed, and David Koresh was killed. And there's a picture of him standing there in front of all of that, holding a gun. And there is a picture of somebody who looks a little bit like him, but it's not him.
But that doesn't matter.
No.
All it takes is an allegation. That's all it takes.
It's just, well, he wasn't part of the siege at Waco, but let's just say he was, okay?
Yeah.
Let's just say he was.
Well, that's your modern day GOP right there.
And his name has been withdrawn from consideration now. And were I he, I'd probably try to find out where these rumors started and then sue the crap out of these people. Boner candidate number 2, gun, not part of the Waco siege, but let's just say he was. That's number 2. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3, gun or no gun. This is no way to behave among adults.
We got candidate number 3 for round 1 coming up after this. Big boy news and opinioendo brought to you by
Salt Lake City has switched to ranked choice voting for November's election instead of voting for or against someone. Voters select candidates in preferred order. Want more information? Go to www.slc.gov/RCV.
Britney Spears has said for a long time she just wants to have a family. She wants to be free to get pregnant and have a family. I guess she doesn't remember being pregnant because she has 2 kids.
Other children.
Yeah, 2 children who are now in their 40s, I think. But she must not remember, or she wouldn't want to do it again, I think. But she has this handsome young boyfriend. It's been her boyfriend for a long time, Sam Ashgari. And So, sure enough, she has announced we're engaged. And I hope.
How much did she pay for that engagement ring?
Boy, see, Gina's a nice one. I think Mr. Asghari, he has a very important job, being Britney Spears' boyfriend.
That pays really well, I guess.
It must.
Apparently.
Yeah. Because he was able to buy her that beautiful ring, Gina. He picked it out with exactly the ring she wanted, and he used his paycheck that she gives him.
I wish Brittany nothing but the best.
Doesn't sound like it.
She's continuing to be taken advantage of. That's all.
And then she also released a video right after that where she was wearing nothing but a black thong pair of underpants and shaking herself at the camera. So to show you how happy she is that she's engaged. And I felt bad for Ben Affleck and Jennifer, what's her name, Lopez, for a second, because there's a picture of them. They're out in public together, and Ben Affleck is having to step in and like restrain this crazed fan who was apparently yelling, "I just want to get a selfie. I want to get a selfie with Jennifer, with J-Lo, selfie." So, and I thought, God, what a hassle. You know, I mean, when you achieve this kind of, and of course the three of us know it so well, when you achieve this kind of celebrity, you know, you just can't, it's hard to go out because, well, people just won't leave you alone. But fortunately, Ben Affleck was, you know,
we all need a Ben Affleck then?
It looked like, it's funny, I mean, he looked like he was able to handle the situation, and he stopped this guy from getting too close. CEOs of the big companies, they have a lot of questions about the mandate for vaccines. You know, what is this going to mean for us? The Consumer Brands Association, which represents the $2.1 trillion food, beverage, and consumer products industry that employs 2.1 million workers in the United States, urged federal agencies to move quickly, anticipate challenges, and promptly answer questions as they partner up to get people vaccinated. Now, they're not saying we don't want to do this. They're saying we're going to come, you know, there will be obstacles, there'll be problems. Let's make sure we work through all of this. The Consumer Brands Association and our member companies stand ready to partner with the federal government in getting Americans vaccinated, they said. The letter to President Biden included just a small sampling of questions that have surfaced among business leaders. And, you know, and it's interesting, apparently polls show that most Americans, after Joe Biden did this, say, yeah, good, good. It's about time. It is time somebody did this. It probably should have been done by Donald Trump. But he knew that the virus is just, it's a little thing. It'll be gone in a couple of months.
Miraculously, you know, when it gets warmer, when the weather gets warmer.
By the way, Donald Trump, speaking of him, to celebrate 9/11, you know, because, you know, Donald Trump's a New Yorker.
Yeah.
And to remember, not celebrate, but to remember 9/11, you don't mention it once. You go and you announce a stupid boxing match between Marvin Hagler and some other...
Evander Holyfield.
Oh, excuse me, yeah, Evander Holyfield, who's 58 years old and shouldn't be in the ring anyway. And so Donald Trump was paid a lot of money to go do that with his son, Don Jr.
So there was an event which, you know, the Clintons and Obamas and the Bushes and the Bidens, so all together attended, and Trump didn't do that. He did go to some local New York fire station and make an appearance there.
Oh, did he?
Could say, yeah. So he.
Well, was that between making a speech for the Moonies and then visiting
Is
the
that
cops.
real?
He
That
made a
is
speech
real.
for the.
He made a video for the Moonies. It's right. You can find it.
What's the real name of the Moonies?
The Church of I can't remember now.
The Reverend Sun Young Moon. I can't remember.
But
what they,
so he did that, then went to visit the cop shop, and then went and announced the boxing match.
he stopped.
Unification.
Unification Church.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He stopped. He stopped. He had his limos. He said, "Oh, hey, there's a fire station. Stop there." That's what happened, I think. An Ogden man has pleaded guilty to the fatal shooting of a grocer in Ogden, a popular guy. 16-year-old Antonio Garcia pleaded guilty to first-degree felony murder charges in the shooting and robbery of neighborhood grocer Satnam Singh. The defense attorneys agreed to plead guilty to a charge of felony discharge of a firearm and some other, and they got the sentence reduced from aggravated murder, and now he's going to be, it will be a 25 to life sentence. So they pled it down a little bit. The tax and spend Democrats, they're at it again. They're telling you they got this plan to have tax increases for people, businesses, and people. The Democrats are going to raise taxes. Well, the caveat is it's very, very wealthy individuals and very wealthy businesses. And the Democrats are saying maybe they ought to pay a little bit more in taxes.
Crazy idea, I know, because they're practically paying nothing now.
Well, and because Donald Trump and the Republicans cut their taxes even more.
Which is why we have such a deficit that I keep hearing about these days. You know?
Here's one good thing, and we'll end with this. Dairy Queen, they got the soft serve ice cream, which is wonderful. Well, they've released their flavors for autumn, and so delicious. A pecan pie blizzard.
I'm there.
Yep, with brown sugar and pie spices and little pieces of pie in the blizzard.
I'm there.
And caramel swooped together, and the Reese's Pieces cookie dough blizzard. Soft serve ice cream delights at Dairy Queen. All right, that's it.
Send him a bill.
Send him a bill, because this was the news.
Let's see. Weather, well, it's so nice. The smoke is gone. Go outside and take a nice, big, deep breath, because the air
Before it
quality
comes
is good
back.
today. Yeah. Actually, it looks like we're going to be pretty clear all week.
Oh, good.
Fingers crossed. Slight chance of showers this morning, then mostly sunny the rest of the day, high of 84. We will be hanging out in the low 80s to mid 80s, looks like, through most of the week.
That's a tried and true weather technique, by the way. It'll be clear, fingers crossed. So if we all cross our fingers,
It works.
Yeah, weather people know this. Yeah.
It works. Traffic, only one accident to tell you about. Crash southbound I-15 at milepost 330. That's about 550 south in Layton, off to the right shoulder. And you haven't sent anything in via text, but if you see something, I will pass it along to friends of the program. Just send it in at 33986. Are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons & Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store. 6831 South State. Curbside service is available.
Boner candidate number 3, gun or no gun. This is not the way to do things among adults. This is an account of the incident from KSL reporting. And, Orem, Utah, parents and children were sent into a panic after police said that a disagreement between two adults, alleged adults, at a youth soccer game in Orem quickly got out of hand. Multiple people who were at the soccer fields behind Geneva Elementary School on Saturday described the scene as chaotic, with parents grabbing their kids and running. Someone yelled, "Gun," during the game. And those who experienced it said they felt the threat was very real. Jesse Ellis said he was watching his 9-year-old son Aiden play soccer when an argument broke out on a different field between two adults watching a game. From the right side, a dad came running onto the field, he said, and the son was playing goalie, and he just snatched his kid and started running, and we were all saying, what's going on? And then from behind we heard somebody scream, gun, and we jumped up, we grabbed our kids and started running. It was confusing, and I was like, what are we doing? We're in the middle of a game, Dad, said Aiden. The rumor was that a man was going to go get a gun from his car and come back. These guys arguing, you know, I'm going to go get my gun, and I'll show you. For a couple of hundred people there, it created a panic. People were running, screaming. People were reacting with panic, and the police apparently didn't. Somebody called the police, but they didn't get there for quite some time. Once police arrived, the scene quieted down. They said, we didn't find a gun. Nobody was charged with a crime, and the police aren't saying if anybody actually really had a gun, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter in the long run.
How about just parents getting so out of control that this happened, whether there was a gun there or not? That's the problem.
Yeah, it's just gun or no gun. This is not the way to do things among adult people.
No.
Or young, just
any people.
Boner candidate number 3.
All right, let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, sheeple. I don't know, you got to see it. It's so creepy. I think it's a boner candidate. People dressed as sheep doing some sort of bizarre performance. Boner candidate number 2 is not part of the Waco siege, but let's just say he was. This is the guy who had been, David Chipman, I think his name is. He had been nominated to head the ATF, Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. And then somebody produced a picture that said, this is young David Chipman standing in front of the Waco siege where 76 Branch Davidian members and 5 ATF agents died. Well, this wasn't him. No, not at all. He wasn't there. But let's just say he was. And then boner candidate number 3, gun or no gun, this is no way to do things among adults.
Okay, here you go. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one should go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it's the winner of round 1, yes. Not boner of the day yet, because round 2 happens at 8:20. We get another winner there with our 3 more candidates. We get one more winner there. We take the winner of each round, put them against each other. You'll decide boner of the day at 9:20 this morning. That's when boner fight happens, all right? So right now you got to pick one of these 3 from this round 1 to send forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Easy. Or you can call the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting 9/13/2021 and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh your browser. It'll appear. Click and vote. You have until the end of these messages. This is round 1.
Channel 2 News at 10, it's
Rod Decker, Undercover.
What goes on behind the counter of your favorite burger joint? Are you getting more than you bargained for when you order it to go? Should we pay fast food workers more? And just what's in those deep-fried chicken pieces everybody orders? Our undercover reporter, Rod Decker, puts on a paper hat, a uniform, and a plastic badge with the name Bob on it, and he takes his hidden camera to uncover the truth about fast food.
Okay, Bob, I'm your manager. We'll start you out on the counter and see how you do.
Very good, sir. Hello, may I take your order?
Yes, I'll have a big burger
a 6-piece chicken thing and a large root beer.
Would you like fries with that?
No. If I had wanted fries, I would have asked for fries.
So what you're telling me is that you don't want fries with your order.
That is what I said, isn't it?
Bob, you're slowing us down here. The customers are backing up. Let's move you over to fries for a bit. You work out there. We might be able to promote you to grill. You screw up, buddy, you're out of here.
Okay, then.
Oh, hey, Bob, I'm Ted. Welcome to Fry's. Pay no attention to the assistant manager. One community college management course, and he thinks he's rake rock.
I see. So what's your story?
I just need some spare cash. I don't see myself cleaning out the shake machine 10 years from now. Hey, Bob, Bill's brother here is smuggling a keg back from Evanston. Big beer bash tonight. You want to come?
So what you're saying is that there will be an illegal supply of alcoholic beverages available tonight.
Yeah. Hey, wait a minute. You're Rod Decker, the Channel 2 news guy. Hey, everybody, it's Rod Decker.
I'm afraid you're mistaken. My name is Bob. I'm just an everyday high school student trying to get by on minimum wage.
Hey, you are Rod Decker. Give me that paper hat. Did anyone tell him what's in the deep-fried chicken pieces?
No.
Good. Now back to work, all of you.
There you have it. Fast food workers seem to be highly trained professionals. The weak links, like me, get weeded out in a hurry due to first-rate management techniques. As for minimum wage, it seems to be enough for these kids to have beer money. And the deep-fried chicken pieces are still a mystery to me. This is Rod Decker, Undercover, KUTV News.
Be better with a snack.
Yes. All right. Let's see. 7:45. Let's award round one of your boners.
And round one of the boner voting was brought to you in part by sausages.
And Katrubis Dodge is now Young Dodge Layton. New name, same great service and selection of vehicles. See selection online at Young Chrysler Dodge JeepRam.com. Think Young, think Layton.
Right.
Well, you were unmoved by Sheeple as a boner
I think
winner.
we were confused by
which
more,
was
more confused than moved.
well. So that's what makes it a boner. I think it's confusing. It's disturbing. But it came in third, and then not part of the Waco siege, but just say he was. That came in second.
Really?
The winner, boner candidate number 3, gun or no gun. This is no way to solve things among adults. It's just ridiculous.
All right, so there you go. You've got to, that's your round 1 winner. Okay, so round 2 coming up at 8:20. We'll do this again with 3 more candidates. We'll get another winner there. Then we'll take both winners, put them against each other, and that's when you'll have to decide of those 2 winners which one is boner of the day. So be here at 8:20 for the voting. All right, let's see. Is this a sponsored feature? No, this is just, we'll just get right to it.
It's brought to you by the Healing Group.
The Healing Heroes. There they are. Healing Heroes. Braxton Dutson.
I like that one.
Of the Healing Heroes. What is the website for the Healing Heroes, Dutson?
TheHealingGroup.com.
That's interesting. Well, Braxton Dutson, or Mr. Dutson if you prefer, we've been talking about the horsemen of problems in marriages, or what? How do you put it?
Yeah, so they're called the 4 Horsemen of the Relationship Apocalypse. It's by Dr. John Gottman.
Right.
He talks a lot about how to keep a relationship going, and these are 4 things that he says really cause a problem with the relationships. And today we're going to talk about defensiveness.
We are?
Oh yeah.
I'm not being defensive.
I don't want to. I didn't say we were going to talk. Okay, we can talk about that. Go ahead. What I mean, you shouldn't be defensive. You should be accepting, right?
Yes. So one of the biggest things that we talked earlier about criticism, and one of the biggest responses to that is defensiveness. So defensiveness, you guys put out a good example of what defensiveness looks like. Another one might be if Gina asked me to send in these notes earlier, just to try and keep you on track, Bill. And I didn't do that, and now she feels unprepared. She might say something like, Braxton, can you get that to me next time? Like, it's really hard to keep Bill on track if I don't have those. My defensive response might jump to, geez, Gina, it's hard to get it to you, and you're not the only person to focus on. I have another job. Like, why don't you look up the 4th Horseman?
Yeah.
That sounds like a conversation we would be having on the show off the air, Braxton. That's the kind of thing we argue about.
Well, so
what's a better way to handle that?
Yeah.
So one of the better ways to handle that is taking responsibility for your actions. That's the biggest thing you can do to avoid the defensiveness. So
well, then why didn't you? Then why didn't you, Braxton?
That's a good, defensiveness. Now I'm like, well, because Bill, all of it, and I go back into my defensiveness, and we go back and forth until we stop, right?
Yeah.
My response for taking responsibility would be something like, you're right. I'm sorry. I forgot to follow through, and I imagine that made things really hard for you. I can do better next week by prioritizing these show notes. That takes the responsibility, that's putting it on me, that's not trying to blame Gina, that's not trying to inadvertently say, hey, I'm the victim here. I didn't do anything wrong. I've got other things going on. It's saying, I could have done something different. By accepting your partner's point of view, by taking responsibility, that allows for more dialogue to happen.
Yeah.
And then you can compromise with each other versus fight.
Well, let me ask you this, though, Braxton. What if you're defensive because you feel like you're being attacked? I shouldn't be defensive if I feel like somebody is being unreasonable. I should just be gracious no matter what.
Yes.
That's a really good question. This comes back with how you respond to each other. Partners are more likely to respond better if you are not being defensive. However, it's hard to, if someone continues to attack, to not be defensive there. Calling that out can be really helpful. Like, hey, this seems like we're being critical or there's contempt happening in the relationship. I'm really trying not to be defensive.
Well, it's hard when you're always right, though. I mean, when you're always right and you get criticized for your actions, it's hard not to be defensive.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And that would be something we'd look at. If you're always right, you might need to take a look and go, am I always right?
Yeah. It's so hard to take, but one thing that I found helps me, because I've run into this in many times in my life, is to take a breath, just to stop and go. Of course, sometimes that breath is
it's a little more dramatic than that.
Well, sometimes the breath is now sometimes that breath is you're accused of
Why are you sighing at me?
Yeah.
Which is not what I'm doing. I'm trying to control myself. I'm trying to go.
Yes.
Okay. Now. Yeah. Rather than
that sigh seems aggressive.
Yeah, and it's not meant that way. It's but I can see how it can be read that way. But then to say you're sorry, you got to say I'm sorry, and I'll try to see your point, even though you're full of it.
That final response would be a little contemptuous.
Yeah, this is important certainly in marital relationships and all that, but in just general business relationships and stuff as well, right?
Oh, absolutely. These help for all sorts of relationships, familial relationships, romantic, business, not being defensive and being able to own what you have while also assessing for safety. Going back to Gina's question, if you are not feeling safe, that's where a therapist can come into play, or if it's business, going to HR, or if you're feeling attacked and you're really trying to not be defensive or not move into these four horsemen, bringing
Braxton,
someone
do you have
that can be a third party can help.
Do you have some time to meet with us privately later?
I'd love to. I think we could do some good work.
Okay. If you want to come and sit with us, just as a team, and help us work things. Sometimes I like to say, listen, why don't you just talk to my therapist about this, okay?
I'm bringing this up in therapy. We're not going to have this argument now. We're going to have it in front of Braxton, and then Braxton's going to decide who's the winner. That's what we're going to do. Does that happen? I bet that happens.
Oh, there's so many people that come in and ask. They're like, okay, so this is that's kind of what they're expecting is like, all right, you got Braxton on your side, I'm going to win him over, or I'm going to nope, I'm not playing sides. I'm working with couples and individuals on how to build a better response and connection together. If I start playing sides, that really messes up couples work.
But when those people leave your office, Braxton, I bet you say to yourself, one or the other of them is really just up in the night.
Most of the time I think, oh, man, that's a really tough cycle. They're back and forth. Back and forth.
Jeez. So it's the Healing Group, healinggroup.com. Braxton Dutson is there along with other Healing Group people. How many people work with you, Braxton?
We've got 12 therapists. We have 3 down in Utah County. And some of them also work up here in Salt Lake and Midvale. But yeah, we've got a pretty good full staff, and we've also got different groups for postpartum mothers, and also I run a men's group once a month that is a free group that you can join. It's once a month online. In fact, we're having one that's coming up this Tuesday at 8 p.m.
How do you?
So if you're interested in that, send it.
Yeah, where do you go to? Just to the healinggroup.com, and if you want to discuss toxic masculinity, or
yes, if you want to join the man cave, which is what I call it, then you can email me actually directly and ask to be a part of that group. That's Braxton at thehealinggroup.com. If you're looking into any of the other groups, you can also go to thehealinggroup.com and look up the groups that we have. And see about joining those, or calling our front desk to see about getting in with a therapist.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
All right, Braxton, thank you very much. We'll talk to you again.
We'll talk to you then. Bye.
Thank you.
You're driving me crazy.
Traffic, please, Gina.
No accidents to tell you about. Just looks like a little morning typical slowage southbound I-15 coming through North Salt Lake into downtown Salt Lake. Also northbound I-15 coming from Sandy Murray, Mill Creek area into downtown Salt Lake. People are going to work and school and
Yeah,
that means there's
that's
slowage.
what they do.
Going to the places where more people go. There's no accidents to tell you about. If you see something, though, and you think friends of the program need to be aware of it, you can text it to us, 33986. At Big O's Tire Swap, bring in any 4 rubber tires for trade and get up to $25 off each new tire, up to $100 in savings. The Big O Tire Swap going on now through September 26th.
We will take a break. We'll be back. Bill Frost on the phone telling us what's on TV. Coming up after these, also round 2 of your boners on the way. KXRK Provo.
Here's what Kerry Jackson is doing when he's not on the air.
Well, Kelly, our session is nearly over. So let's get right down to it. What would you say is your biggest problem?
Oh, I'm just a little depressed. I don't know why.
Well, perhaps it's something holding over from your childhood. Tell me about something of your memories from your youth.
Well, one of the distinct memories I have is when my 2 older brothers were playing basketball in our room, and Peter went up for a layup into the garbage can. Greg didn't block it, and the ball bounced down into the living room and broke Mom's favorite vase. You know, I told him over and over, Mom always says, don't play ball in the house.
Carrie,
Yeah?
that was an episode of the Brady Bunch.
Oh. Okay. I do distinctly remember when we almost had to get rid of my dog Tiger because we thought that my sister was allergic to him, but it turned out just to be Tiger's dog shampoo, and so...
That was also an episode of the Brady Bunch.
Yeah, that's right. I do remember when some bullies at school were picking on my little sister because she had a lisp.
Brady Bunch, Carrie. Brady Bunch.
God, Doctor, you've been right all this time. I have been living in a fantasy world. God, this is so embarrassing.
Is there some sort of traumatic event that happened to cause this?
I never got over the fact that our maid Alice was married to that butcher Sam. God, I wanted her for my own.
Excuse me for just a moment, please. Mrs. Greenlee, could you please send in Mr. Chunga to collect his friend? Kerry's session is now over.
Here's what Bill Allred is doing when he's not on the air.
God, Kerry, you must have had a rough session in there.
Yeah. It's good to get out into the air and walk around, though. Gee, just when I think I have it rough, look at that poor bum in that dumpster across the street.
Yeah, I see that guy over there all the time. I think he sleeps in the dumpster. He looks kind of familiar, but I just can't place him.
Oh, boy, looks like Kerry and Chunga across the street. Thank God they didn't spot me. Oh, man, there is some really cool stuff in here today. Wow, a tuna can. Oh, cool. I think there's some tuna in it.
All right. Do we have a giveaway? Do we have to do? Or?
Nope.
Nope.
Move
we
along.
Just dive right into, well, a sponsored feature, Bill Frost, right?
Don't settle for lame TV and slow internet. Let CableTV.com guide you to the best cable, satellite streaming, and internet services near you. Visit CableTV.com today.
Well, here he is. He is Bill Frost. He's our television critic. He writes a column for Slug Magazine called Content Shifter, which discusses streaming and other, communications issues. And he also has a podcast called The TV Tan, where he talks about TV and booze with his friend Tommy Milagro. And Bill is also in a band. And you can find all of these wonderful Bill Frost-related things and much more collected where, Mr. Frost?
At billfrost.tv.
You know, Bill, I'm sure you told us about this show. I know you did. A while ago, and I think you even recommended it. It's The Great God Bird, Ethan Hawke. And
a long time ago, yes.
Yeah, and for some reason, my wife and I started to watch. I think there are only 3 episodes. It's like a mini series. Holy crap, that's good. I mean, it is really, really good about John Brown and how crazy John Brown was and in the Civil War times and the Emancipation times. So I recommend it.
Yeah, that's the Good Lord Bird on Showtime. Yeah.
Yeah, it's it's really good. Anyway.
Today, the hype and the wait is over, finally. Why the Last Man on Hulu finally arrived based on the Vertigo comic.
What is this?
This is it's a comic book that's been around for a very long time. It's won a lot of awards, and it's the premise is basically every thing with a Y chromosome dies, except for one person. Yorick is his name.
Oh, alas, poor Yorick. I knew him.
And he has a monkey, a capuchin monkey named Ampersand that is his friend. But that's basically the plot right there. It's end of the world. He's the only man left on the planet.
And who's in this?
Here's some of the people: Diane Lane, Amber Tamblyn, Olivia Thirlby, Ashley Romans, Marin Ireland. Why the Last Man is played by Ben Schnitzer. I'm not familiar with him.
Oh, Ben Schnitzer. Yeah. No, I don't know who that is.
But yeah, this is a 10-episode series.
And he's gay, right?
One per week.
He's left.
That's the twist.
Come on, that would be a good twist. That would be a good twist.
Gina figured it out. That's the twist.
I don't Sorry, I'm not interested in any one of you.
But that wouldn't matter. He would still do it anyway.
When this comic book was released all those years ago, it received a lot of awards, a lot of notices, and Hollywood has been trying to adapt it for a very long time. So they think maybe they've got it figured out this time. We'll see.
Yeah, all 10 episodes of Why the Last Man were female directors, all 10 episodes, appropriately. And also, The Daily Show, Trevor Noah returns tonight after summer break.
Yay!
Which is live audience, too.
Oh, really?
Which I think that leaves only Seth Meyers as the last late-night guy standing without a live audience. And coming up on Thursday, BJ Novak from The Office has a new series he's hosted and created called The Premise. It's on Hulu. It's an anthology series. From what I've seen of it so far, it's kind of like a more comedic Black Mirror, but instead of terrifying technology, it's about social justice issues. And people like Caitlin Dever, John Bernthal is in this.
Oh, okay.
Ed Asner, probably one of his last things he did. Bo Bridges and various other people. And that starts Thursday on Hulu. Also Thursday on Hulu, a new He-Man and the Masters of the Universe on Netflix.
Not to be confused with the one that they just released.
No. This is a CGI version.
Oh,
This one's geared more toward a younger audience. This is trying to get new people interested instead of the 40-year-old guy, trying to get his childhood back or whatever. This is for a younger audience. It's more anime style CG, and everybody has powers, and
Okay.
It's bound to piss off the He-Man fans of a certain age. Bound to piss them off, no matter what.
Are they complaining already?
Oh yes, they already have. The trailer's been out for a few weeks now, and already they hate it. So and I'm like, it's not for you. You have your He-Man over here. This is for other people.
Also on Thursday, the season 3 premiere of Tacoma FD on True TV. This is from the guys behind Super Troopers. It's about a fire department in Tacoma. The joke is that Tacoma is the wettest place in America, so not a lot of fires to fight. And if you hate Super Troopers, this is not for you.
Yeah, exactly.
It's very dumb comedy.
Yes.
I'll check it out. Where is this appearing?
On True TV.
True TV. All right.
And debuting Friday, season 2, The Morning Show on Apple TV Plus. Reese Witherspoon, Jennifer Aniston, Steve Carell, set in on a TV morning show, and all the drama in front of the camera, behind the camera, all to both sides of the camera. It's all the drama.
Yeah. I watched the go ahead.
Yeah. The first season started off not great, ended pretty well. So have high hopes for the second season now.
Yeah, I was about to say about the same thing. I watched the whole first season, and it's really very good performances by everybody, and it looks great. But they was just kind of thin somehow,
Yes.
Like, okay, fine. Do I really care about these people? But it did get better as it went on.
Yes. Also on Friday, season 3 of Sex Education on Netflix, starring Gillian Anderson. Funny show, very funny show.
Season 3.
And yeah, already.
All right.
And on Sunday, the 2021 Primetime Emmy Awards. They have a host.
Cedric the Entertainer.
Yes.
Yeah. I wasn't going to watch.
Wondering.
I wasn't going to watch until I heard that.
In case you're wondering, Cedric the Entertainer has a sitcom on CBS. Therefore, he got the job.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
And shows like The Boys is up for some awards.
Yes.
Prime Video.
Mm-hmm.
And the usual crowd of Bridgerton and The Handmaid's Tale. Lovecraft Country is in here. Cobra Kai. Somehow Emily in Paris is up for one in comedy series.
It's Emily in Paris. Nobody says it right.
Oh, I see, because it has to be Emily in Paris.
Yes, nobody says it's not Emily in Paris. Nobody says it right.
That being said,
I'm a dumb American.
It should be Emilus in Paris.
I watched the series, and I didn't care about anybody or anything that was going on. I just enjoyed seeing the city. Beautifully shot, so that was nice. Yeah.
So just turn the sound off. And yeah. And most notably, Ted Lasso has 20 awards for its first season.
Yeah.
Really? Wow.
Or 20 nominations, anyway, for awards.
Wow.
All right, I'll get Apple TV. I'll get it. I don't
Several of the actors have been nominated, I know. And
yes. And that's it for the new stuff this week. And if you haven't gotten to it yet, I would recommend the new season, or if you've never seen it before, all the seasons of AP Bio on Peacock.
Oh, yes. I gotta start watching that.
Okay. The Ted Lasso is just about, almost every episode is just about perfect, I think. It's so genuine and yet so strange at the same time. I really enjoy it. It's just a great show. All right, Bill, thank you very much. You can read Bill's column in Slug Magazine, slugmag.com, or just go to billfrost.tv.
All right. Traffic, please, Gina.
Just one accident to tell you about. It's a crash northbound I-15 at milepost 300. That's the 53rd South off-ramp in Murray, and the right lane being affected there. Other than that, things look great. If you see something that like, this isn't great at all, I should text Radio from Hell. You do that only if it's safe. 33986.
Okay, Boners round 2 coming up. Here are the candidates you'll be considering. Boner candidate number 1. I don't want to say who the boner is here, really. It's for you to decide. Boner candidate number 2, the horse puncher. And boner candidate number 3, the elixir of life.
All right, Boners round 2, big boy news, opinnuendo, all coming up in the next break. Stand by. BigOTires.com.
Big O Tires, the team you trust. Big O Tires, it's where I get my tires. I run the Big O brand on my car. Love Big O Tires. But they have all the different brands of tires, and they guarantee the lowest price on every tire every single day at Big O Tires.
Now through September 20th, you can get up to $190 off a set of Michelin tires, but they also carry all those brands that you know and love: Yokohama, Cooper, Toyo, Goodyear, and their very own Big O brand tires.
See, I told you. She's right. I told you. Now, Big O does all kinds of other stuff as well. Oil changes and shocks and batteries and alignments and everything. I think it behooves you to get to know your Big O Tire store. So find the store near you. They are the team you trust. Just go to BigOTires.com.
We have late-breaking news from the nursery. Mikkel is on the line. Hello, Mikkel.
Mikkel.
This is Gina's sister, Mikkel.
Hello.
Good morning. Good morning.
Are you at the hospital, Mikkel?
I am. Am I a terrible sister? I'm out here in the hall calling you guys. Why am I doing that?
Because we need to know.
Are you an aunt?
Of course I'm an aunt. I'm the aunt.
Well, she was an aunt
I know,
before,
but
though.
are you an aunt
a new
two
aunt.
times over?
Many times over. I don't even know how many times over.
Did Gina have the baby?
Yes, we have a baby.
We've got a baby.
What is it? Is it human?
It's a human baby.
It appears to be human.
Did it come out wearing a little turban and those turned-up shoes?
No, but actually there's a funny story which I can relay.
Okay.
That Joe put in a soothing CD, and out come these sounds of all these monkey sounds. It's like a jungle CD.
Is it the rainforest? Is that what it was?
It's supposed to be, nice, soothing labor and delivery music. And all of a sudden we hear this. And so then we're out in the hall talking to the doctor who's here. And it's not her regular doctor. And the nurse said, "Don't worry, this doctor's wonderful. In fact, last week or this summer, he delivered the baby orangutan up at the Hogle Zoo."
Oh.
So he's really good.
So Mikkel, it's a little girl. We knew that.
Yeah, Jonesy, she's 7'7".
Okay.
7 pounds, 7 ounces.
And you can braid her hair.
So not that huge.
But a lot of hair, though.
Huh.
But tons of hair.
Did we think she was going to be bigger than that?
She looked bigger than that.
Now.
What? She was huge. What are we talking? What are we mincing words for? Gina looked huge.
She looks beautiful.
Yes, all pregnant women are beautiful and huge. All right.
So 7 pounds, 7 ounces.
But she still is about 10 days early, so she's a good size.
Well, that's a good size.
And everything. And was it a hard delivery? Easy? Was it?
No, not a peep. Gina didn't say a word. Just 2 pushes and out she popped. It was quick.
The baby just slid right out.
Is that because she had the drugs, right? That's why she didn't make a peep,
yes.
right?
Her thumb was going crazy on the bolus. Absolutely.
I'm tired.
There you go. Get out of here.
Well, that's great
good news.
Great news. I just had to. Yeah, she's probably going to kill me that I called you guys, but I had to do it.
No, I think she'll be happy you did.
Okay.
Thanks, Mikkel.
Okay, Elsa.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Yeah, tell her to just relax or something. Okay, it's 8:20 right now, and let's continue with round 2 of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, funny human behavior. You'll decide with your vote, these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. Winning here does not make it boner of the day. Winning here ensures that it will go up against the winner of round 1's voting. Yeah, you see, that happens at 9:20. That's when you decide boner of the day between the champions of each round. That's when you'll vote for boner of the day. So right now we got to send one of these 3 candidates from this round 2 forward. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote. One of you lucky random boner voters will receive
I can't buy it, gotta win it, Radio from Hell boner t-shirt.
Before we get to boner candidate number 1, I will just say that I found some confirmation of a boner candidate having to do with Peach Days Parade in Brigham City.
Oh, okay.
And so I think we'll have that tomorrow. I considered putting it in here and rearranging some stuff, but I'm not going to tell you anything more about it. Just wait till tomorrow. This is a long form tease for tomorrow's boners, Brigham City. Okay.
All right.
Here's boner candidate number 1. I don't want to say who the boner is here, really. You decide. I saw this story on Channel 2's website this morning. Megan Randolph is mad and devastated, and in her own words, her confidence has been rocked. Randolph, who says she's a model from Layton, is the victim of a scam. But the scam artist wasn't after her money so much as her dignity and her hair. Yeah, I haven't left the house, she said. I don't plan on leaving the house until I can figure something out. I know that sounds silly. The newly completely bald Miss Randolph is. She said that. She said it started with a text message from a stranger. And Randolph told Channel 2 that she just doesn't give her phone number out to strangers, but this one already knew her name. And Ashley said, the texter said, that she had been referred to her. Before the conversation was over, Randolph had been convinced to shave her head down to the skin and one eyebrow, or no, both of them, in exchange for a couple of $1,000.
What?
Yep. I was a little hesitant at first, she said.
Yeah.
It helped the scammers' cause that Randolph hasn't been able to work consistently since she was in a car crash in late 2000. Even a few hundred, certainly a couple of $1,000 would help. The money never came, and the person misrepresenting herself as an agent of the Redken Beauty and Hair Care products vanished along with the phone number that is now out of service. And all Randolph has to show for her troubles and are photos and videos of her hair cutting process. It shows her, and she's got videos of herself shaving her head and shaving off her eyebrows until she's completely bald because somebody convinced her to do it.
Someone just called her
on
out
the phone.
of the blue.
Yep.
So
I'm devastated, she said.
I think the boner here is probably multi-level boner.
I'm not going to pass judgment here.
Yeah.
I mean, my tendency is to not be sympathetic to her plight. However, I don't know. My tendency is also to maybe not even necessarily completely believe her.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I don't know.
Does she have a GoFundMe to
No,
get
I don't.
sympathy money? Or
Not that I've seen.
I'm suspicious of this whole thing.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
It makes zero sense. You get a phone call out of the blue and you shave your head. and-
There are cases of things like this happening that, I mean, they're now it's just coming back into my memory. Somebody would call on the phone and convince women to take off all of their clothes. I'm not sure who the boner is here. You decide if it is boner candidate number 1. Here's boner candidate number 2, horse puncher. A man faces charges of animal cruelty and burglary after throwing rocks at and physically abusing horses in the Phoenix area. According to the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office, deputies responded on September 2nd to an undisclosed location in Phoenix, reports of animal cruelty. Somebody had been, or some people, 2 people apparently, throwing large rocks at their horses, and they called the cops. Court paperwork revealed that the woman's husband thought the horses were simply acting up, but after looking at the surveillance video, they found 2 people identified as 20-year-old Lawrence Weinhardt and a teenaged boy taunting, punching, and throwing large rocks at these horses. Deputies were able to identify the suspects because of their social media campaign. Why they were doing this? They admitted to grabbing.
They're horrible people.
And
that's why.
I mean, there is.
That's exactly it.
There really is no. They didn't offer any real explanation as to why they were doing this, but they were horse punchers. Boner candidate number 2. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. The elixir of life.
All right. Boner candidate number 3 for round 2. Coming up after this, Big Boy News and Opinnuendo brought to you by.
Enjoy a cosmic light show, film, or just stop by for free exhibits. Clark Planetarium is open 7 days a week at the Gateway in downtown Salt Lake. Experience something new. Visit clarkplanetarium.org today.
Well, West Palm Beach, Florida, A Florida judge has canceled the trial for Rod Stewart, referred to here as rock icon Rod Stewart,
All right.
and his adult son. And they've scheduled a hearing next month to discuss a plea deal to resolve charges stemming from a New Year's Eve altercation with a hotel security guard. I'd forgotten about this, but apparently it was like 2 years ago. Court records show the hearing with Judge August Bonavita is set for August 22nd regarding a plea agreement to close the case without needing to appear in court. The trial had been scheduled to begin on Tuesday. If convicted, the Stewarts were facing up to a year in jail or probation or a $1,000 fine. The terms of the agreement are not clear yet, and an attorney, Guy Fronston, did not respond to an email for comment. The Stewarts' battery charge has taken so long to resolve because of the pandemic and because of settlement negotiations. But I'm thinking that Rod has said, look, we're sorry. If we agree to pay your client X amount of money, can we just make this all go away? And I think that's probably what's happening. Queens of the Stone Age member Josh Homme.
He's horrible. He's been horrible in the past.
He's facing domestic violence restraining orders. There are requests for him on behalf of his children and his ex-wife, Brody Dale, or Dow. She's in a band called The Distillers.
I love that band. Yeah.
Yeah, they have filed requests for restraining orders in court on behalf of their 5-year-old and 10-year-old sons. The filings allege physically abusive behavior, verbally abusive behavior, and drinking while driving. In the documents, they seek 100 yards of separation. You can't get within 100 yards of us, or you will violate the order. And the
Don't you
family
remember?
dog is included in that.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you remember he got in trouble for kicking that female photographer in the face at a concert a year or two ago?
Yeah,
He's not a
wonderful
nice
guy.
person.
No.
The big Sturgis motorcycle rally,
The super spreader?
and in fact it was.
Yes.
The daily reports of new coronavirus cases grew tenfold in South Dakota in August, with the worst outbreaks concentrated in the western part of the state. Hospitalizations have increased swiftly in the last few weeks. National Guard soldiers were dispatched to aid with testing. The increase came from it was because of Sturgis, the motorcycle rally, which drew more than 550,000 people from all over the country to South Dakota. I wonder, I was watching the Kansas City Chiefs Cleveland Browns game from Arrowhead Stadium yesterday, and it was full. The stadium was packed, and I didn't see a single person wearing a mask.
Nope.
No, I mean,
what's going to happen?
How about locally here, Bill? How about the UBYU game?
I didn't watch that, so I don't know. But I assume
sold out stadium.
Yep.
I
60,000 people down there, I think.
See masks.
Yeah. What's going to happen?
I don't know.
What do you think? I don't know how.
That we're never going to get past this. That's
basically,
what I think.
yeah.
I don't know how. I don't know how the. Yeah. I mean, I just don't know how we reconcile these things.
People are tired of dealing with it, so they're pretending like it's not going on. They want to go back to real life, and they go back to real life.
I was out in a crowd, in a group, a fairly large group. Most of the people that I was with on Saturday were masked.
Mm-hmm.
If they weren't, you could tell they were kind of staying in their own little bubbles and pods, and there was
But
not.
you have to think the sort of people that would go to a suicide awareness walk are conscientious, thoughtful,
a little more aware, yeah.
Aware people. That
but it was
get it.
interesting. I had people come up and talk to me. I would pull my mask down when I was talking on the microphone, but then people would come up to talk to me on the stage, and I had it on, and there were people who didn't. So I don't know. Dr. Anthony Fauci has said that the situation is so dire and we need to start vaccinating children as soon as possible. A hospital in upstate New York is pausing deliveries of babies because of the number of maternity unit employees who have resigned because they were asked to have vaccinations. What?
And to them, I say good riddance, because you probably shouldn't have been in a caring situation to begin with.
Well, but then
you sound too selfish to be a caregiver.
But then the hospital has become short-handed, and they can't do their work.
We don't have enough healthcare workers.
Have your baby at home. I'm sorry, you'll have to have your baby at home. Here in Utah, hospitals are bulging. More and more children are being infected and hospitalized with COVID, which is primarily attributable to relaxed behavior in the community. The number of children infected with COVID last week across the country was 250,000. That's more than any other time during the pandemic, and that's the result of the real change in the way we are behaving by not masking in school. I know. Well, if you just act like everything's fine, maybe it will be. No, it won't. ICU nurses here in Utah are taking brutal blows to their mental health. So many are reporting they just can't take it anymore. Gina, you can go back to swimming and bathing in the pond at Fairmont Park.
Good.
I know you
I've needed to do that for days.
I know you like to do that. Apparently there is no mercury contamination in the pond, so you can go back to swimming with your friends, the ducks.
And people throw bread at me. It's great.
Sure, yeah. It's a way to get free bread. That's one thing.
She doesn't even have to break it up into bite-sized pieces.
No.
They do it for her.
Exactly. And finally this, let's see. There is a herd of zebras, animals, not referees, a herd of zebras on the loose in Maryland. Catch them if you can. A small herd of zebras has been living the free-range lifestyle in Maryland after breaking out of a private farm. And apparently, they have not been able to be caught because officials say they're just too dang fast. You can't hunt them down. They're too fast. They run. They won't let you get near them. We have a feeding station set up for them. So at this point, we're just going to have a herd of zebras here in Maryland. Well, maybe it'll become a tourist attraction. Maybe people will come from miles around. Let's go look at the zebra. We'll go have some crab and then look at the zebras in Maryland.
Sounds great.
Yeah. All right, that's it.
Sports weather traffic.
This is a dumb sports weekend.
What
dumb.
Dumb sports?
Three-legged race, potato sack races.
Mm-hmm.
Well, for one thing, that damn BYU-Utah game didn't even start till 8:15. It was already late. I stayed up till midnight for that.
Yes, you did. I waited until the next morning to see. I turned on ESPN 700 because they were broadcasting the game before I went to bed, and it was still in the third quarter. And so I just went, I'll find out tomorrow.
It was BYU just played better.
Yep.
They just did. Their quarterback is really good. They were good. The Utes were asleep.
Is that what it was?
It was frustrating as a Ute fan.
It was past their bedtime.
So onward and upward. The really hard thing is they're not going to play each other until 2024. So won't have time to get back at them for a couple of years.
What time will that game be, Gina?
It better be earlier.
Okay.
I would love like a 3:00 game. That would be great.
Okay.
Let's see. Utah plays San Diego State next Saturday. That's a 5:00 game. That's reasonable. And BYU plays Arizona State next week. Let's see. In the NFL, Chicago Bears and the Rams. The Rams won 34-14. Bill watched the Chiefs-Browns game, 33-29 for the Chiefs. The Dolphins barely over the Patriots, 17-16. Broncos over the Giants 27-13, and a miserable showing from the Packers against the Saints 38-3.
They benched, what's his name?
Aaron Rodgers?
Aaron Rodgers, yeah, in the fourth quarter, I think.
Because he doesn't want to be there, I guess. I don't know.
I'm tired.
I don't know. He just wants to go marry Shailene Woodley and
well, he should
be done.
Mm-hmm.
That's sports. Weather. Well, excellent news. I'm happy to report the smoke is gone. Looks like it'll stay gone at least for the rest of the week. Sunny skies, clear skies, and just lovely temperatures. It's going to be nice. 84 for a high today. We'll stay in the low to mid 80s, it looks like, into the weekend. So that's good. And traffic has been pretty light this morning as well. Only a few incidents to tell you about. Crash eastbound I-80 in Lambs Canyon, or up near Lambs Canyon anyway, milepost 136. It's off to the right shoulder. Crash northbound I-15 at the 53rd South off-ramp in Murray, and that's affecting the right lane. And you haven't sent anything in via text, but you certainly can, 33986.
All right, here's boner candidate number 3. The elixir of life. A Florida woman had to be pulled out of the cab of a fire engine when she tried to steal the fire engine, and she denied being under the influence of, drugs. She said she had instead taken the elixir of life before trying to steal the fire engine, according to court reports. Responding to a call of a woman acting erratically on the beach at St. Augustine, cops and the fire rescue workers discovered Kilani Jo Kroll in distress, they said. She lives about 2 blocks from the beach, and she needed CPR and other treatments to revive her. But while being escorted to an ambulance, she began running back and forth. Due to a crime being committed at this point, I had no reason to chase her, or no crime being committed at this point. I had no reason to chase her, said Officer Brandon Hand. But as police and firemen began entering their vehicles to leave, somebody started yelling, "She's stealing the fire truck." And indeed, she had opened the door of the fire engine, gotten to the driver's seat, and she had started the engine. She was trying to drive off. She said, "I'm not high on drugs. I have been taking the elixir of life."
But what is that?
It's
drugs. Mountain
It's
Dew
drugs.
Baja Blast?
It's drugs.
It's drugs. Boner candidate number 3, the elixir of life.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, I don't really want to say who the boner is here, but it's a story of a Utah woman who cut off all of her hair and her eyebrows because somebody texting her, calling her on the phone and texting her, urged her to do it and said they'd give her a couple of $1,000, and she didn't get the money, and now she doesn't have any hair or eyebrows.
Yeah, get the money first.
Yeah. Boner candidate number 2, horse puncher, Arizona man, actually 2 of them arrested for throwing rocks at and punching horses. And boner candidate number 3, the elixir of life.
Okay, you've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one should go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it does secure a spot in Boner Dome, but it'll have to defeat the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago. We'll take both of these winners, one from each round, and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when Boner Fight happens. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day at that time. Right now, send one of these 3 candidates from this round 2 forward to Boner Fight. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win this round. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text it to 33986. Easy. Or you can call the producer's booth at 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting 9/13/2021 and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh your browser. It'll appear. Click and vote. All right, there you go. You've got until the end of these messages to do it, so let's go. This is round 2.
Senior. Spell it with me now. S-E-N-I-O-R. Senior. And now we'll use it in some dialogue featuring our two Utah friends, Elder LeGrand R. Dunn Jr. and his trailer-dwelling pal, LeVar. Imagine, if you will, LeVar and LeGrand enjoying a lazy Saturday afternoon of TV watching in LeVar's trailer home at the Restful View Mobile Home Park. Again, the word is senior. Yeah, sure is fun sitting around on a lazy day watching reruns ahead of the class with you, LeGrand. Glad you could come over.
Well, I had to get out of the house. I mean, for heck's sakes, Midge had a list of honey-dos for me as long as that hair on her mother's chin. I snuck out before she could put me to work.
You don't mind if I drink me some beer while Head to the Class is on, do you, LeGrand?
I've long ago given up trying to change your sinful ways, LeVar. You know I think that drinking beer is wrong, but I'm not going to say anything more about it.
Hey, what happened to the rest of the beer in this can I was working on? I know I didn't finish it.
I don't know. You must have drunk it. I'll get you another can of beer from the Frigidaire.
Head of the Class. This is a really funny show. Reminds me of our school days, LeGrand. You remember? Me out in the parking lot and you over to the seminary building. We had some choice times, didn't we?
Sure did. Now, I'm proud to say I got my high school diploma and my seminary diploma. I don't believe you managed either one, did you?
Never mind. Boy, that redhead on Head of the Class sure reminds me of my old high school sweetheart. Hey, you remember Franny Hayes? God, I sure loved her.
I seen your old flame a couple of days ago, by the way. I seen your Franny Hayes at the Quick Stop. What happened between you two?
I dumped her. She got pregnant, so I dumped her. Got pregnant right here in this here trailer. How's she doing? She's probably got like 20 kids and not a pot to piss in, right?
Married a rich guy. She was driving a fancy Lexi or a Affinity or something like that, covered in diamonds. She looked good.
I don't care. I don't care for her no more.
Oh, come on, LeVar. You care. I seen your face fall when I told you. I seen your emotions fly to the surface.
Shut up and pass me another beer. Hey, you know what? This Alpo don't taste half bad when it's fried up like this. It's time to award round 2 of your boners.
And round 2 of the boner voting is brought to you in part by Peppers and Onions.
And X96 presents Dropkick Murphys and Rancid Saturday, October 2nd at the U of U Health Plaza at Rio Tinto Stadium. You can find out more about that concert by going to x96.com.
All right, I haven't seen the results yet, so I can't predict who's going to win this one. Boner candidate number 1 was, I don't really want to say who's the boner here. The woman who was somehow conned into shaving her head and her eyebrows, and I don't know. Boner candidate number 2, horse puncher. The abuse of animals is probably always a good bet to win Boner of the Day.
Yeah.
Somebody punching and throwing rocks at horses in the Phoenix area. And Boner candidate number 3, the elixir of life. A Florida woman who tried to steal, or did in fact for a moment steal, a fire truck. And she said, "I'm not high on drugs. I have been taking the elixir of life."
You don't have them yet?
I don't see them.
I think Miriam's having text problems and they are not getting through to you. But I have the winners right here.
Okay.
Jackson won the T-shirt. Looks like number 2 is the winner.
Boner candidate number 2, yes, the animals horse puncher.
Makes sense.
Thank you.
That is the winner of round 2. It now goes forward. Might be Boner of the Day. Depends on how well it does against the winner of round 1's voting. We'll find out when you vote for Boner of the Day at, 9:20 this morning. That's when Boner Fight will happen, so be ready for that. Okay, Geek News brought to you by...
Enjoy a cosmic light show, film, or just stop by for free exhibits. Clark Planetarium is open 7 days a week at the Gateway in downtown Salt Lake. Experience something new. Visit clarkplanetarium.org today.
Brand new episode of GeekShowPodcast.com available now. Name of the episode is Mr. Yum Yums Was My Father. Yes, it's coming up. Okay. Very exciting because this just dropped this morning.
This just in,
yes. We've been, Disney Plus has been doing those Marvel TV series, and they've been winning some awards. WandaVision won some awards over the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're getting another one. We're getting the Hawkeye TV series, and we got our first trailer today.
Hawkeye from MASH?
Hawkeye TV series.
No, not
This is
that.
the first Christmas we've had together in years.
I love you guys.
So there's Hawkeye with his
Making up for
family
some lost time.
in New York spending Christmas.
Authorities are wondering if the masked vigilante who terrorized the city's underworld is back.
Now, you remember in Infinity War, Clint lost his whole family, went a little crazy, and became Ronin and went around killing people.
Right. So all that is not part of it, or?
No, that's part of it.
Okay.
He's watching TV and he sees his costume, his Ronin costume, out, stopping crimes.
I made a whole lot of enemies.
So he decides he better track this down, and he finds
Hawkeye.
Who the hell are you?
Haley Steinfeld. Kate Bishop, the 22-year-old archer who wants to follow in his footsteps. Now, the series is very inspired by a very good run, and if you haven't picked it up, you should, by Matt Fraction, featuring the duo. It will follow Clint after the events of Endgame. He will train young Kate, who is obsessed with becoming Hawkeye. Also in the series is Florence Pugh as Yelena Belova, the White Widow, as we saw in The Black Widow. That's Scarlett Johansson's sister in that one. Okay. And a lot of deep dive comic book characters are coming out for this one.
This is too dangerous. Definitely not this one.
You don't have to say definitely like that.
We've got a character known as the Swordsman, who was Barton's former mentor is going to be in it. And a mercenary named Kazimierz Kazimierczak. So that's Vera Farmiga is going to be there as Eleanor Bishop, Kate's mother. It looks like it's going to be a lot of fun. Also, a father-daughter duo, Maya and William Lopez. Maya, who's a Daredevil character originally, a deaf Native American character in the comics known as Echo, who has the ability to copy her opponent's movements. So that's going to start on November 24th. On your Disney Plus, so look for it. Now, for Gina, I found another thing. Now, this is a cartoon, but I know you love Aquaman.
Yes.
This is a trailer for HBO Max. It's a mini series. It's a trilogy, 3 episodes called Aquaman, King of Atlantis, October 14th. Now, there's the Jason Momoa Aquaman.
Yeah.
And then there's the stupid Aquaman.
Is this blonde Aqua? Are you offering me blonde Aquaman?
No, he looks like Jason Momoa.
Oh, okay.
But he's stupid. So here we go.
He is Aquaman, and he just became King of Atlantis. Thank you.
Silence from the crowd. And there's a great sight gag where he's trying to sit in a throne that's shaped like a seahorse, but because he's wet and slippery and the throne is wet and slippery, he keeps sliding out of it.
Got it. Okay.
I think they should have had Jason Momoa do this.
No pressure. Join Aquaman for the undersea adventure of a lifetime. Aquaman, King of Atlantis, new special event streaming October 14th on HBO Max.
It's on your HBO Max,
Okay,
but
I have that.
it's got kind of a Thundercats roar vibe to it, but it'll be fun and it'll bound to piss somebody off. Dune. Now, this happened a couple of weeks ago. I neglected to tell you guys about it, but Dune premiered at the Venice Film Festival.
Did they like it?
Oh, they loved it.
Oh, okay, good.
They really loved it. The reviews aren't allowed to be out yet, but some social media people who saw it, film writer Awaz Irfan wrote, "Sometimes you just know when you've seen an all-time great, and Dune is, to me, an all-time great. Denis Villeneuve's masterpiece is a sweeping symphony of spectacle, sound, and storytelling, a cinematic odyssey that is every bit as visceral as it is epic." Lorenzo Chiaralco wrote, "Jaw-dropping, gorgeous to watch, rousing to experience. It pumps and pumps the spice into your veins."
Well, if Chiaralco liked it.
Yeah, I got like an 8-minute standing ovation, and
Really?
so people liked it. The Haunted Mansion movie, which has been in development for quite some time. They finally got a script that they like. They got a director they like. It's Justin Simeon from the guy who helmed Dear White People and Bad Hair. He'll be directing it. We've got most of our cast, and we got some new ones announced this weekend. We had Lakeith Stanfield and Tiffany Haddish, who are playing in this, but then we got announced this weekend my girlfriend Rosario Dawson and Owen Wilson is going to be in it.
Oh.
He liked that Disney money.
Okay.
So look for that. And then finally this. Move over Superman and Batman. There is a new record-setting hero in town. The sale of the issue of Amazing Fantasy number 15, which featured the first appearance of Spider-Man, has set the record for the most expensive comic ever sold.
Oh.
Now, this it sold for $3.6 million as part of Heritage Auction's Signature Comics and Comic Art Auction. It beat out the previous record of Action Comics number 1, which is Superman's first appearance, back in 1938. And that sold for $3.25. Now, the reason the Spider-Man comic was so valuable is it was graded at CGC 9.6.
The quality of...
That's the, it's practically new.
How well it's preserved.
How well it was preserved. And, I'll be quite honest with you folks. $3.6 million, it was worth every penny. And
this is why Carrie can't retire yet.
So there you go. No, what I'm saying to the guy is he didn't need to spend that much money. I bought this for $4, and it's a reprint. Yeah, it's not the original thing, but it's the original story. It's the same thing. It's just mine's newer, and it was only $4. So anyway, if you got the money to waste, I suppose. Oh, okay. So there you go. Traffic, please, Gina.
Let's see. Heads up, Salt Lake City. UDOT says that I-80, I-215 project is going to close the westbound I-80 on-ramp from 23rd East. This is going to happen overnight Tuesday and Wednesday to place temporary beams for the I-80 bridge above. So just be aware of that. We've got a crash northbound I-15 27th South in South Salt Lake. It's off to the right shoulder. And that's it. Things seem to be moving well. You haven't sent anything in via text. But if you do see something, make sure it's safe for you to send it in. Then you do that at 33986.
All right, so we will take a break. We will be back. We got Boner Fight on the way. Stand by for that. A reasonable amount of news all coming up. Stand by. RandLife.com.
Hey, you know, if you have a dream, Rand Life would like to turn that dream into an address, a permanent residence, a home. A new home has always been worth celebrating, and Rand Life can help you with that. I've worked with the Greg and Gar at Rand Life and the great agents that they have there. I've done a couple of refinances with them. They really know what they're doing. They're a local mortgage company. You can get free, no obligation quotes from all of their experienced loan officers at Rand Life. Start checking into it today for your home ownership or maybe a refinance. Inquire at their website, randlife.com, or better yet, call them. There are qualified loan agents standing by, I believe, right now. All you have to do is call 801-478-4500. That's 478-4500 for Rand Life.
Hello, kitties. It's me, your old friend, the bookkeeper. Since this is tax season, I thought you might want to hear a story from the big ledger about filing your taxes. Today's installment concerns the do's and don'ts of claiming deductions. Pay careful attention now, or you may have to pay more later.
Well, Mrs. Johnson, I've looked over your return, and I have a few questions about some of your deductions.
Oh, my, is there something wrong?
Well, you've claimed over $9,000 in medical expenses.
That's correct. I have all the receipts right here in this shoebox.
You seem to be in perfect health. Now, some of these procedures seem a bit odd.
Oh?
Spaying.
Yes.
Neutering.
Yes.
Hairball removal.
Yes.
These are services performed on your cat.
Oh, yes, I love cats. I have over 30 of them.
You can't claim your pet's medical expenses.
But they're like family to me.
It's not allowed by the IRS.
Well, could I claim them as a home improvement?
How so?
Well, they keep me toasty warm in the winter. They're like portable space heaters.
I don't think so.
Well, they shed a lot.
So?
Their excess fur helps insulate my house. Better R value than the pink fiberglass stuff.
And no.
Can I claim them as my children?
And no. The government would never overlook you being 80 years old with more than 30 dependents, some of whom are named Buffy, Tabby, and Mr. Boots.
Well, I've made sure they all have Social Security numbers.
Well, why didn't you say so? Sign here. You can expect a hefty refund.
Oh, thank you.
Ms. Smith, send in Mr. Thompson, will you?
Oh,
The guy who wants to deduct his dog as a home security system.
okay.
Well, kiddies, it does pay to keep good records after all. Looks like Mrs. Johnson is in for a windfall. If she can avoid an audit by the IRS, that is. Maybe the nice accountant fellow from S&M Block will go to jail for her. Remember to file on time, and if you need any help with those tricky forms, don't hesitate to ask your old friend, the bookkeeper.
Hello, X96. Oh, hello, Bert. Bert, calm down, okay? Look, hang on a sec, okay? We'll talk to you on the speakerphone. Hang on just a second. Bill, it's Bert.
Oh, man. Bert, again? That's the third time this week.
Come on now. The guy's going through some real tough stuff right now, and we may be the only friends he has left.
Well, why can't he call and cry to Dom?
Dom DeLuise has deserted him, too. I mean, look, let's talk to him. I mean, he's really hurt.
Oh, all right. Put him on the speakerphone. Okay. Hi, Bert. It's Terry and Bill.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm fine.
Bet you're real excited about that Cop and a Half movie finally coming out, Bert.
Bill, Cop and a Half has been out for a year, and it was a stiff. Bert, I saw that movie. It was great. I bought my own copy. You were great. That kid sucked.
Yeah, sorry, Bert.
Thank you.
Well, hey, how's Lonnie doing?
Bill, Lonnie dumped him some time ago. Don't listen to him. She's a lying bitch, Bert. You're better off without her. And she looks like hell. Yeah, she looks like a mortician does her makeup.
Yeah, she looks awful, Bert. Not like you. You look great these days.
Yeah.
Saw you on Evening Shade the other night, Bert. Hey, you doing something different to your hair?
Jesus, hair fell out years ago. Nobody can tell, Bert. It looks great. Very natural.
Oh, yeah, it's very nice. You must be paying big money for those rugs.
Oh, listen, Bert, I'm real sorry. I mean, you call us up so that we can cheer you up, and, well, I just don't think we're doing a very good job.
No.
Bert, is there another old friend that you can call?
I know, Bert. You ought to call Dinah. What's Dinah Shore doing?
Way to go, Einstein. Dinah Shore has been dead for months.
Oh. Well, how about we have him call Sally Field? Is she still alive?
You idiot. On this day.
In 1977, Fiona Apple McAfee Maggart was born in New York City.
I had no idea.
I'm
Apple's
glad she
her
dropped
middle
that.
name.
I'm glad she dropped that. That's much better.
Fiona it's Fiona Apple McAfee Maggart?
Yeah.
Fiona Apple McAfee, you know, like the virus software.
Oh, McAfee.
Yeah. McAfee
Maggart.
Maggart.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, good choice. Good choice to drop all that.
Yeah.
Oh.
You know what else is a good choice?
We ought to get her to come to the stateroom. Don't you think?
Sure, why not?
Listen, did you hear that?
Go ahead and hit that, Katie, if you would.
The following is a sponsored feature.
Oh, and
That little chuckle there, I recognize that chuckle.
Yeah.
Stereophonic sound.
Yeah. Hi, Darren. How are you?
Hi, Bill, Gina, Carey. We did actually do Fiona Apple at Kingsbury a few years back.
How was that experience?
It was cool. She is an interesting one for sure.
Yeah.
Now, her name explains it all, so
Yeah.
that makes a lot more sense.
All right. Now, was she just quickly? Was she difficult to work with, or just kind of an interesting, odd person to work with?
Not necessarily difficult. I think a bit introvert and just not bouncing around the venue, checking things out, saying hi to people, but certainly not difficult to work with. Just more of that, introvert artiste side of things.
Focused. She's focused.
So, how have things been? By the way, we've got some tickets to give away from the stateroom folks, the Commonwealth Room. I don't know which ones we're giving away. You've given us a bunch of choices.
You've thrown them.
I think what's nice is we do that. It's a teaser, right? So then people have to listen to us ramble, and then we talk about.
Okay.
Fine, you guys are in the biz.
Just marginally. So how are things going? Being back at it.
So we actually. Our first show since March 6th, 2020 at the Stateroom is this coming Wednesday, September 15th, 2021. That's our first reopening night. And, it's tepid kind of excitement, I guess. We're definitely excited to get back going again. We have the concerns that most normal people out there have. We're trying to address them all. We are a fully vaccinated staff. We are requiring vaccinations for all our indoor shows, and that includes the Live at the Eccles. And so we're trying to do everything we can do to make people safe, to give the feeling of safety, to hopefully drive some people to go get vaccinated. But, it's going to be a long road back. You guys know as well as anybody.
Because my guess is you've got artists that are saying we're not going to come unless you insist on these things. So,
yeah, for sure. We definitely wanted to take a more proactive choice and just say, hey, let's make our venues vax only, because I don't want to have so-and-so show that doesn't care and our staff is compromised or uncomfortable, and then this show cares. It's just an inconsistent message to put out there.
Safe to say you're not going to have Kid Rock anytime soon.
No, I mean, unless he's vaccinated, and
I bet he is.
I'm all for it. I just don't know what he's vaccinating himself with. That's the question.
How about audience members? What do you are you requiring some proof of vaccination? How are you handling that?
Yeah, so that's what I meant there. Sorry. So we are requiring all audience members to be vaccinated. We currently have a negative test option for people within 24 hours of the event. But we're driving home the point of, hey, show up vaccinated, show your vax card. I mean, we're treating it like a driver's license, right? We're not drawing blood and looking for names of firstborn. We just want to see your vax card. It's pretty simple.
Those cards. I mean, I have one. They're a card
sized, yes.
Yeah, they could have been more convenient.
And they're cards that could have been that can be easily faked, I think. Or are they? Can you pretty well tell? I don't know.
I kind of look at it like, let's see, we're all Gen Xers, aren't we? So, back in the day, maybe some of us had some fake IDs to get into bars.
Maybe.
And they worked most of the time. And sometimes they didn't work. And I think our view is the amount of people that are going to go through that effort to then come to a show and pay money for it is slim enough and worth the risk to say, let's take our chances. I hate to be like, well, we're not going to do it this way informally because there may be some people with a fake back card. I mean, it's, we have to. It's tough, but we have to get through this. So
let's
the
talk about.
industry is struggling.
Let's talk about the shows coming up. Then give us a list. What do we got?
That's a good idea. That's a good idea. So we're opening back up Wednesday with Monophonics and Combrio at the Stateroom, which is like a funk kind of disco-y show. People are excited for it. We're selling some tickets. We're working out some various airflow possibilities, extended patios. We've replaced all the air filters. That's our first night. Thursday night, we have a 2-night stay on Thursday and Friday with Jamestown Revival, which normally play larger rooms. Friday night, we had a sold-out show at the Commonwealth with Duran Jones and the Indications. And September is pretty stacked. We got shows almost every other day, and we got some events at the Echo Theater coming up, at the Capitol Theater, Bianca Del Rio. So we're jumping back in here. I mean, I don't know if there's any other way we could do it.
I see a bunch of comedians you have listed here.
Yeah, we just had Bill Maher last night at the Echo Theater, and that was a great show. Same type of model where you had a Vax card or a negative test, and pretty much everybody was showing up waving their Vax card, which was nice. We have Tom Segura coming up. We have Hassan Minaj.
Hassan Minaj is very funny.
I like him.
Yeah. He used to be on Daily Show. We actually had him at the Stateroom about 4 or 5 years ago. So it's cool to see his growth. And
do you want to give some tickets away to one of those, maybe?
I guess. Is that the only reason why you've had me on?
Yes.
Honestly.
Yes, we don't really like you. You just have tickets.
I mean, we want people to buy tickets to these shows, of course, but if they've sat through this segment, remember you promised the reward.
You did.
That's right. That's right. Good point, Gina.
All right, where can...
let's give a...
Go ahead.
Let's give a pair away to Hassan Minaj, I think, would be fun at the Eccles.
Sure.
And, we'd love to have some people come by the clubs, too, and let us know what they think. So I got a pair for this Thursday's Jamestown Revival show and this Saturday's Allman Betts Band, which it's the spawn of Greg Allman and Dickie Betts. So the Allman Brothers Band continues.
Lineage.
It's actually a really, really fun show. And then I got a pair for Tommy Castro, blues guitar master. He's going to be next week at the Commonwealth Room. So a couple tickets to the Stateroom, couple to the Commonwealth, couple to the Eccles.
So call 877-602-9696. They will select winners for those tickets in the producer's booth. Darren, we got to go. Just if people want to see the lineup, they go to what website?
They go to thestateroompresents.com.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Darren.
Thank you, Darren.
Stay safe. We'll talk to you again.
Thank you, guys.
All right, we'll talk to you later. We got Boner Fight coming up and a reasonable amount of news after these X96.
Here's what Bill Allred is thinking when he's not on the air.
Gotta think up some new features for Radio from Hell. Spice the show up. Maybe we could do a top 10 list. Now, every morning show has ripped that idea off from Letterman. What about bringing back that character I used to do? PBA bowling champ Wayne Zahn. God, no. That was stupid then, and it'd be stupid now. What about a character who can read minds or predict the future? No, that's too much like Karnak. Double time checks might make things sound snappier. It's 7:27, 27 minutes after 7. Geez, that's stupid. God, I just know I'm going to be thinking about this all day.
Here's what Kerry Jackson is thinking when he's not on the air.
Oh, we gotta start working on this new Space Elders bit for this fall. And maybe we should call it Elders in Space. No, that's too much like pigs in space. Space Elders, that's it. Man, it's gonna take a lot of production, music, and sound effects. Good acting jobs by Bill and Chunga, which is next to impossible. Maybe I'll ask the janitor to do a role, even he'd be better than those guys. Man, this Space Elders is gonna take a lot of work, but it's really gonna spice up the show when we get it going. Man, I'm gonna be thinking about this all day.
Here's what Jimmy Chunga is thinking when he's not on the air.
Pudding, chocolate pudding, vanilla pudding, butterscotch pudding, rice pudding, tapioca. Oh man, I love pudding. Jello pudding pops, chocolate and vanilla pudding swirled together. Oh, pudding. Oh, pudding. I'd kill everyone in this room for one spoonful of sweet pudding.
Okay, well, we only have about 4 minutes worth of news here before we get to Boner Fight. So that's even less than reasonable amount of news brought to you by.
Scott Hale is offering a $39 AC end of season, $49 furnace preseason, or tune up for both for only $59. Call 801-264-HALE.
All right.
For 7 years after he signed off as host of The Tonight Show, Jay Leno's ready to get back into TV. He's going to be MC of You Bet Your Life, a game show. Now, I'm going to advise you, if you are not familiar with You Bet Your Life, as hosted by Groucho Marx, that you go to the interweb. I'm sure that YouTube has a bunch of them. And watch Groucho Marx host You Bet Your Life. And you'll see, I mean, it's an old show. It's in black and white. It's kind of clunky in that respect. But you'll see how the show is supposed to be done. And I'll bet you Jay Leno can't do it. It was so quirky to... Now, Jay Leno, I'm not saying he can't be a funny guy. He can. He can be very funny. I used to think his stand-up was great. But Groucho Marx was a quirky host. And he was just damn funny.
Well, the trick is the conversational aspect of it.
Yeah.
Because to win the game, you had to say the secret word.
Mm-hmm.
And so Groucho would, get you
Try to
talking
lead
about
you
things
there.
and try to lead you there.
Yeah.
And so that's the tricky part. Now, when Jay does on the street stuff, he's pretty good at it.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see.
Well, that was not the only part. The say the secret word was just peripheral part of the game.
Mhm.
That was, if you say the secret word, a duck comes out of the ceiling and you win an extra $50. But the game is, it's just a stupid question. Out of 10 people on the street, and they just ask stupid, really dumb questions because you're right, Carrie. It's the conversational aspect of it that's the most important. He might. We'll see. But he won't be nearly as good as Groucho, I'm sure.
I'll have to wait for someone to tell me because I won't watch it.
I'll take a look at it. I'll take a look at it because I used to love Groucho doing that. We would, these were reruns, of course, but I'd sit in the bar at graduate school. Every afternoon, we'd go to the Rathskeller and have beer and watch Groucho Marx host You Bet Your Life in some reruns. What to know about boosters if you got the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, which is the one shot. Americans who received the Pfizer coronavirus vaccine should get a booster shot 8 months after their second vaccine dose, federal health officials said last week.
8 months.
I guess, 8 months. So I guess we're going to go forward with that. The boosters will be available beginning September 20th if the FDA agrees to the plan. They will first go to healthcare workers, then nursing home residents, and then older adults. The recommendation does not apply to the nearly 14 million Americans who received the single-shot Johnson & Johnson. For people who got that vaccine, they say boosters will likely be needed. We're still sort of checking that out. It appears, though, that you can get another shot, and it won't matter if it's a Johnson & Johnson or a Moderna or a Pfizer.
You can mix the cocktail.
Yeah, you can mix them up. They all do roughly the same thing. So that's good. That's a good thing. Let's see. North Korea reports testing some long-range missiles. That's always fun, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
As the arms race intensifies and they start rattling. I thought we were going to be friends with the North Koreans after Donald Trump. I thought Donald Trump set that all up for us. France is going to offer free contraception to any woman who wants it.
How do we get that? We need that.
Well, Gina, you could move to France and get free contraception.
Well,
Do you want?
I don't have a uterus, so this is not a problem for me. But
well,
just generally.
And finally, this story, Gina. This is a story for you. Having too much free time on your hands is bad for your health. So you should be as healthy as a horse. Because I know that you never allow yourself to have any free time. You are always occupied doing the things, working and then doing things for other people and never doing anything for yourself. So you're going to live forever.
This is good news.
Yeah.
So I thought I wanted free time, but I guess it's good that I don't have it.
So the next time you try to steal a moment on the toilet with a good book, just say, nope.
Not going to do it.
Not going to do it.
Okay.
It's Boner Fight with Radio from Hell on X96.
Okay, here we go. The winner from round one, duking it out with the winner from round two. Number one, back in the 7 o'clock hour, gun, no gun. This is no way to do things among adults. This is either there was a gun or certainly there was a threat of a gun being produced at youth soccer in Orem. And it caused panic and stampedes and People could have been seriously hurt. Fortunately, they weren't. There was no shooting, and police are saying maybe there wasn't a gun actually. But this whole thing, just a mess. That was boner candidate number 1. Going against number 2, horse puncher, an Arizona man and a youth arrested for, and no one knows why, tormenting some horses in the Phoenix area.
All right.
Rocks and punches, and so that's number 2.
You've got to decide of these 2 candidates, which one should be boner of the day, 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. That's one way to vote. Another way is to call the producer's booth in Salt Lake at 877-602-9696 and just use your voice. Or you can go online, look for the box that says Boner Fight, September 13, 2021, and vote there. Chances are you won't see that box right away because we just put it up. So let the page load, refresh your browser, and then it should show up. Just click on the box and you can vote right there online. Easy to do. All right, you have until the end of these messages. Let's go. It's Boner of the Day.
Well, I have a story for Gina to begin the news.
I'm ready.
Well, and I know this is a story that Gina will really like and be interested in because she sent it to me. A man who murdered his niece, a niece who was also his lover, by smashing her. What does that mean?
It's a detail.
Yes, it is.
There's more.
But wait, there's more.
And it gets even better, doesn't it, Gina?
Yeah.
He killed her by smashing her over the head with a TV. He's been put in jail.
It's Uncle Lover.
Christopher Wall is his name. Was convicted of battering Haley Wall, who was his niece as well as his lover. He was been ordered to serve a minimum of 14 years behind bars.
Only 14 years?
A minimum.
You kill your niece who you're having an affair with a TV, and that's not automatic forever?
Well, Gina, I don't know where this is exactly. I didn't. You should know. What town is this
I believe
in?
it's in the UK.
Well, then, you know how liberal they are in the UK. Christopher Wall, it says here he's facing a lifetime behind bars. So it's a minimum of 14. It's 14 to life, I would guess. My guess is they won't let him out for a long, long time. She was found with a bloody head outside a supermarket in Bournemouth after being battered by Mr. Wall. Before she slipped out of consciousness, she was able to tell emergency crews her name and address and that her partner had beaten her. When police visited the home, they found signs of a disturbance on the second floor, including a door on the landing that was knocked off its frame and 2 long dark hairs embedded in a crack hallway up the door with a number of blood spots. Embedded in a crack halfway up the door, I should say. Officers also found a large flat screen TV at the bottom of the stairs, and there was blood all over the flat screen TV, and he finally said, yeah, I beat her with the... We were watching the Great British Bake Off, and she pissed me off. So, yeah, there you go. Murdered his niece, who was also his lover.
Niece lover.
Okay, it's 9:36. Let's award Boner of the Day.
And the Boner of the Day is brought to you in part by sausages, and peppers, and onions.
And anything else?
Mustard, and
Okay.
buns, and provolone cheese, and
I
a
felt
beer.
like there was more there, yeah.
Well, yeah, I didn't. Thank you.
And Scott Hale offering a $39 AC end of season, $49 furnace preseason, or tune up for both for only $59. Call 801-264-HALE.
Well, the guns causing a problem at youth soccer is still no match for
animal cruelty.
abuse, I guess.
Wow.
The winner was Boner candidate number 2, Horse Puncher.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting to me because everybody was talking about that soccer thing all
I know.
weekend. All right, there you go. That's your Boner of the Day for today, the 13th of September, 2021. Now qualified to be Boner of the Week.
I was reading the Sunday paper, as I was wont to do, which is the only day you get a paper anymore.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
And this was in the Salt Lake Tribune. It was a little envelope, and it said, special preferred subscriber discount rate for TV Guide magazine.
Oh, well.
And, I almost ordered it because I was feeling a little nostalgic for
You've
TV
been doing
Guide.
this a lot today, Carrie.
Sunday papers.
Yeah.
So I thought, and then I thought, no, I'm not going to do it. But $20, that's pretty cheap. And I thought, I wonder what TV Guide looks like now. It's not still the small format, I don't think. And so I went online and I looked, and I could get a year subscription online for $15. So it's special for the Salt Lake Tribune. It's $20 if you're a Salt Lake
Because
Tribune
they get
reader.
$5 of that. So
But
you're not doing it.
No. But are there magazines that you feel kind of nostalgic for? I still take a few magazines.
I haven't bought a magazine.
Oh, you used to buy In Style all the time.
Yeah, I haven't bought a magazine in a long time. We have a subscription.
I gave you several years. I gave you a subscription to Cosmo.
You did. We have a subscription to National Geographic because that's what you do.
Yeah, I know.
And that's it. That's the only. And there's a big basket of them by the fireplace.
Nobody reads.
But I will say that the kids have used them because often they have projects they have to do, papers they have to write and things, and they will specifically say, you can't just Google everything you need for this. You need some other source. And inevitably, in one of those magazines, there's some article they can reference, and so we do use them for that.
I've subscribed to the National Geographic, I think twice or three times, thinking I really like the idea of it, and then I never read it.
Well, I got the National Geographic section on the Disney Plus, and
That's
never
okay, huh?
looked at it. It's the same as the magazine. It's there. I like the idea that it's there. I know that there's baby elephant videos I can watch at a moment's notice because it's there, but I don't.
You have some magazines come into your house, don't you?
I'm still getting Entertainment Weekly, even though
that's
it's monthly, and I haven't paid for it in years. It just keeps coming. They just won't stop.
For years I've been a subscriber to the New Yorker, and I never read it anymore. And it comes once a week. I just don't seem to have time to. It's a lot of reading.
I miss Rolling Stone. I used to get Rolling Stone all the time, and I really miss Toy Fair.
Do they not have it anymore?
They just stopped printing it. It's just toys.
It's all online.
And it's all online. And then there was Action Figure News and Toy Review. That's also another one that just kind of went away. But no, I miss Rolling Stone. I used to get it every. Was it weekly?
My wife said She said she feels nostalgic for Reader's Digest from time to time.
Reader's Digest,
which I was
the word power.
And humor in uniform. I used to dislike it because my grandmother would cut articles out of it about teenagers having sex and how it led to their downfall, and leave them on my,
Well, you never read them, obviously. You just ignored those.
No, I was happy to participate in my downfall.
Oh, now see, here's Corey. He says Rolling Stone is $90 a year for 12 issues.
What?
God.
That's the opposite way most magazines are going. Most
Exactly.
magazines are almost paying you to take them.
Yeah, well, like I said, I haven't paid for Entertainment Weekly in years, but it just keeps coming. Let's see, people are sending in there. Nintendo Power. They miss Nintendo Power magazine.
Really?
Yeah, it used to come and tell you all about the games. The best part is that it gave you maps of how to get through the game that you were having trouble with. You could use the map, say, wait for this character to jump 3 times, and then you can kill it. So
my guess is, Gina, you are not really nostalgic for In Style magazine, but you are nostalgic for what it represented.
I follow In Style on Twitter, so I get articles that way. I still am participating in the...
Oh, there were articles in that magazine?
Sure.
Oh, I thought it was just pictures of pretty people in houses.
I mean, it's mostly pictures of people in pretty houses, but now I can see those on the interweb.
Yeah, I know,
Now
Terry,
here's-
you used to
here's-
subscribe to Playboy, I remember.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. Here's someone texting in. It says, you don't miss Rolling Stone. BTS was featured in the last issue. You see, that's where I'm different than most people, maybe.
Yeah.
I enjoyed learning about different kinds of music.
Sure.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Why would you be so closed-minded that you wouldn't want to learn about different kinds of music? I
And
don't know.
They just won some awards at the VMAs, the BTS
Yeah.
did. What does that
All right.
stand for again?
Oh, jeez. See, if I read the article, I'd know.
Yeah. You got
I'd be
$90.
able to say. But, yeah, I've never understood.
It stands for Bangtan Boys.
Bangtan?
They're Korean.
Okay.
I don't know.
All right.
It's a Korean thing. Maybe
It's a
that's
Korean
the
thing.
neighborhood they're from or something.
Give me
wouldn't
Gangnam
understand
Style anytime.
Well, Gangnam is a neighborhood.
Yeah.
That I know.
Yeah.
I don't know about the rest. Anyway, all right. We'll take a break. We'll be back crawling towards the exits after these. Wendy's for breakfast. The $1.99 croissant breakfast sandwich. Okay, so you're running late right now. You're in the car. You're driving to work. You realize that you forgot to have breakfast because you were late. Or better yet, you've got a meeting with your boss today, and you want to kind of butter him up a little bit, Stop by the drive-thru at Wendy's, and it's only $1.99. Now we're talking about the Wendy's breakfast croissant for just $1.99. Right now at Wendy's, you can get the sausage or bacon, egg and Swiss croissant for just $1.99. Now the hard decision that you're going to have is deciding sausage or bacon. At $1.90, I would say sausage, but at $1.99 for get 2. Hell, have one for breakfast and save the other one for lunch. It's delicious. Of course, they make it with all the best ingredients. The bacon or the sausage is the hard part. The fresh cracked eggs and the nice, toasted croissant. It's delicious. So stop by, $1.99 for the breakfast croissant at Wendy's.
Worried about the circus performers.
What are they going to do? Maybe they'll all be DJs in LA.
Well, I heard the Feld Entertainment family say, we're closing down the circus, 146 years, and we have 400 employees, and we are going to do our best to find jobs for them. And then they went on to say, there is some difficulty finding jobs for people who have been living on a train most of their lives, like
their families,
like a
that do
train.
it. Yeah.
A train that travels around the country. They live on a train. They're circus performers. This is the life they know. There's going to be some difficulty of job placement for them. So I don't know. I think maybe we should start some sort of program. If you can take in a circus performer,
won't you put refugee circus performer?
I don't want no circus people living next door to me.
No, now think about it. How handy it might be to have a circus performer of some sort living with you.
They could climb on your roof pretty easily.
Yeah,
I bet.
if you
clean out your gutters, I bet they could do that.
I'll bet they'd be very handy around the house. Circus performers would be they know how to do all kinds of things. They would know how to go next door and scam your neighbors out of stuff.
I don't trust them.
Yeah, they would know how to. I mean, if there are any, for instance, if you have neighborhood chickens, I'll bet they can steal chickens. Circus performers can do all kinds.
Performers can steal chickens?
I think they know how to steal chickens. I think they know the best houses to get free meals. I think they know all kinds of stuff.
Well, I'm glad you've been worried about this.
I'm worried about them,
and I want to find a solution.
Where are they going to? But I did think about that. I mean, these people really have been. The Feld was one of the women, one of the daughters of the Feld family said, "We're going to try and job place, but some of these people have been living on the circus train most of their lives.
Maybe they can be engineers,
porters, waiters. I don't know." Conductors, brakemen. It's just weird.
Not near me. Don't trust them.
Nope.
All right, 9:51.
So it's homecoming season at the high schools.
Oh, okay.
And so there's the homecoming game and the festivities, and then there's the dance.
Okay.
You're not familiar with the homecoming
I'm
dance?
not really. I mean, I sort of know what it is, but I never participated.
So, and at Jonesy School, they sort of have a policy that anybody can, you don't have to come with a date. It's just,
okay.
you can get dressed up and come, and it's
So am I invited then?
You're not a student. They don't mean anything. If you're a student,
Oh, I see.
But Jonesy just doesn't even give a care about these sorts of activities.
Good for her.
But her friends and her cousin have been bugging her. Just come. We're gonna go as a group. Some people have dates, some people don't. It's a big group of people.
What are you, a wet blanket, Josie?
Just come go with us.
Come on, Jonesy.
And she's just like, so it's at the gym, and it's just a bunch of high school kids at the gym.
High school kids with crepe paper and punch.
And COVID, that I'm still not thrilled about, and I don't get that. I don't know.
She's no fun at all.
No, she did this perfectly. So her group of friends is like, just come, and she's like, okay, here's what I'll do. I'll go over. We'll get ready. We'll do our makeup or whatever. We'll take pictures. We'll go to a nice dinner. And then you guys go to the dance. I can do all of the other stuff surrounding it without actually having to go to the gym and go to the dance part. And that's exactly what she did. Now, all of her friends, dresses, heels, had their nails done. And I said to Josie, do you want to go shopping and get a dress? Do you want to go get your nails done? She said, I can do my nails. I can do my hair.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I said, well, what about getting you something to wear? She said, I have something to wear. And so it's homecoming day. Mm-hmm. They're all going to meet over at the friend's house for pictures. And she comes downstairs. God bless her. She's my child. In jeans and a black leather jacket. Her hair's beautifully done. Her makeup's beautifully done. She did her own nails. She looked gorgeous. Went over to the friend's house. They took pictures. They went out for sushi. And then she was done. It was like the perfect...
And do these friends still pretend to like her?
Yes.
They still pretend to like her.
I was so proud of her that
that's
she
what they
didn't...
say, that we love her so much. And then the minute she's out of the room...
No.
Leave it.
They begged her to come, and she came as herself, and she did the things that she was comfortable with doing, and didn't do. I just love that
they don't like her.
There's no peer pressure here. Like, you can't peer pressure her into doing things. It's like, no, okay, I want to go to dinner. That sounds nice. I'm not going to go to the dance. I'll do these parts of these things that I want. No, I don't need my hair done. I can do my own hair. She is so very much her own person.
If you really don't want to rebel against these things, you do what you refuse to do them, and you stand outside the gym and throw rocks at it. Well, it's going on.
Well, that's just being mean.
Yeah.
You can just not go. But I was very proud of her for not being, bullied into, just come on, just go to, no, I don't want to go to the dance.
But they kept at it, and she kept refusing. I'm telling you, they don't really like her.
Why would they bother her to come do a little bit with them if they didn't like her? They like her.
Yeah, that doesn't flow.
It's okay. She's really not missing out on homecoming.
No,
I'm telling you now.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I said you did the fun things. You got your hair. You did your hair and your makeup, and you went out to a nice dinner. That sounds lovely.
I wish I would have done that.
I know.
I hated school dances.
Certainly beat the one homecoming dance I decided to go to.
Yeah, I went to one. I went to one prom, junior prom.
I used to be the person that would crash the random kind of dumb dances that they did in the middle of the year that made no sense. Like, we never had Sadie Hawkins, but we had like the Husky Howl, which is like the Halloween dance and stuff.
It was only for plus size students. The Husky Howl.
So we would just go and crash that for fun, but in all
what do you
reality,
mean crash it?
show up in jeans and a sweatshirt and go make fun of everything and take the 70s awkward prom photos. That's what we did. That was our thing.
You made fun of the poor awkward kids who were there.
Who are there having a great time, enjoying their life. Yep, pretty much.
Yeah.
I feel like I should write a letter to Teresa Bryant and apologize to her.
Oh no!
For homecoming.
Oh,
I was just not a good date. I was just I didn't know what I was doing.
That's why they have dances, and I was trying to explain this to her. That these are supposed to be practice things for adults. Sometime when you're an adult, you're going to need to dress up and go to a formal event, and this is supposed to be practice for that. It's okay, Carrie, you didn't know, huh?
I still need to sell my wedding, or my prom dresses from high school.
My prom date just made fun of me the whole time we were there. So.
Why did you ask her to go?
Because I felt pressured into attending a prom.
Oh, see?
I found somebody who would go with me. She was a senior.
If only you had the tenacity that Jonesy had.
Well, I wouldn't have
to
done.
Say no.
I should have done none of it.
Exactly.
I should have done none of it. But I wanted people to like me because I knew that if I didn't do it, they wouldn't like me.
Well, maybe it was because you were throwing rocks at them, like you said.
It was after that I did that.
Okay, all right.
Really fast, I just want to give a shout out to my girl Tisa. Happy birthday. I love you. She's my wifey from the haunted house, and it's her birthday, so love you. And I have Nightmare Before Christmas stuff for you for your present.
Aww.
She's obsessed with Jack Skellington, so.
Gee, that's so surprising that you would have a friend that would be so.
I know, it's out of the blue.
Kind of All right, let's do the promo and crawl towards the exits.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Coming up on Tuesday's Radio from Hell show.
At 8 a.m., our son Kyle will be here to give us his latest update.
Then at 8:45 a.m., Ask an Advocate, and we're talking about high insurance policies.
And, of course, Todd will have a tune for our Tuesday morning at 9 a.m.
So why don't you join us for all of that and more on Tuesday's Radio from Hell show on X96. You gave us 2 thumbs up for that. Katie went, yeah! You're tired, I know.
Her judgment is subject.
I normally give you a thumbs up once they're done, just to make sure that you know that we got it done. Well done. It's over.
It means more, you got it done, rather than well done.
Exactly. There you go. Yeah, that's all it means for you.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
Just checking the last-minute news. Oh, Gina, did you show your husband the new video from Iron Maiden?
Oh no, yeah, they have a new album, don't they?
The video debuted on Adult Swim last week, so
I'll make sure he sees that later.
It's metal as hell. Right. Anyway, I think we're good here. Fine job, Katie, as always. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Don't throw rocks at the dance.
Corey is next.